What's up? Select coffee and Kabbalah on coffee. I fucking slipped my finger, and on the coffee, and just like the rim of the thing, and it cut deeply. And right when it happened, I was just like, there's like this initial like, right before the pain comes, I'm like, oh, this is gonna fucking hurt. And but I think it. I hurt my hand. Really? Yeah, dog. Really, really good story. Coffee and Kabbalah and coffee. It's 24th of Nissan 5786, Saturday, April 11th. $37.61 creation of a world birth of Adam and Eve. Papa 36:31:130. Seth, son of Adam, was born. 35:26 235. Enosh, son of Seth, was born. That's a really cool story. Really is. What else? All right, are you done? Okay, so it's Shabbat night, April 11th. Brigadat Nightlight and Michael Lama Shepherd Jab, the Mitzvah Kitzvana, Al Sefer HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 10 days, which is 1 week and 3 days of the Omer. May the Merciful One restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Selah. Is that the end of your story? Calm down. But man, I fucking hurt my can. Psych, I just been figuring chicks so hard as fucking cows. Wish.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, folks, welcome back. Some more Shabbatai Tzvi excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatai Tzvi, and we're going to talk about how what was at some level a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how you would think that the death of Shabbatai and the death of his prophet, Nathan of Gaza, would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But as you probably know, dying is not really an impediment for Messiahs. Messiahs die all the time. Their believers keep on believing in them as if nothing happened, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory. People continue to believe in their Messiah's death is just a speed bump on the way to eternity. And so we'll turn to that and how the Shabbatian movement continued after Shabbatai's death and how it thrived all the way probably at least into the 1880s and maybe even later than that, especially in Turkey. Although we don't know what its status is these days in Turkey. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world's Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalist and healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, Nosan Gazati, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic pretensions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half of the world's Jews seemed to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get printed. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi in them. The prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major rabbinical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. And we talked a bit last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the sort of the ups and downs of his life, of Nathan of Gaza, and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and times of Shabbatai Tzvi. But what we didn't get into last time is exactly how he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does that work exactly, right? So what exactly does it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi or of Nathan of Gaza by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. It was justified, it was underwritten by the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Nathan of Gaza and at some level Shabbatai Tzvi to develop this messianic story that allowed Shabbatai Tzvi to claim that he was the Messiah, and for Nathan of Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claims. Now, there's a couple of things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza, his prophet, and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really important to know is that they don't really have the same education. Shabbatai Tzvi is kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented, he's very smart, and of course he's very charismatic, more charismatic than anything else, I suspect. But Shabbatai Tzvi doesn't have a very strong grasp on Kabbalah. He certainly knows the Zohar very well. We know that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager. So he has a very strong grasp on the Zohar. But the developments in the Koraveran system of Kabbalah, the developments in the world of Sfat, the world of Lurianic Kabbalah, there's actually very little evidence that Shabbatai Tzvi had a grasp of those developments. He doesn't seem to understand or appreciate or have had education in the very complex world of Lurianic Kabbalah. So we have just a difference in education level when it comes to Kabbalah and Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza. Now, Nathan of Gaza, which is really important to know about Nathan of Gaza, is that he is hyper aware of the developments in Lurianic Kabbalah. And I mean hyper aware. He is so well educated that if you read some of his Kabbalistic works, which are among the most technical Kabbalistic texts written at the time, he knows very subtle differences between different schools of Kabbalah. So he even knows differences between how very technical ideas in Lurianic Kabbalah are being debated among very high-level people in that world. For instance, people like Israel Sarug and Chaim Vital. So Nathan of Gaza is someone who knows these conversations. He is a technical maestro when it comes to the developments. He's at the cutting edge at some level of some of these developments. And it's going to be really important because how Nathan of Gaza is going to justify Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims are going to be by appealing to and, I don't know what's the right word, augmenting, changing, corrupting, whatever word you want to use. He's going to be relying heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, but he's going to do his own thing too. He's going to do his own thing. We'll see this in just a moment. Shabbatai, for him, his messianic claims, which we can see in his letters, are not justified by appealing to complex ideas in Lurianic Kabbalah because he doesn't know much about it. He's claiming that he is the Messiah because God chose him and because he has a relationship with God. That is to say, Hashem and Shabbatai are friends. So when Shabbatai calls God by God's name, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, Shabbatai doesn't imagine he's doing something transgressive. He knows he's not supposed to do it, but he has this intense personal relationship with God that he can call God by God's name. So for him, for Shabbatai, it has nothing to do with some very complex Kabbalistic mythological stuff. It has to do with the fact that God and Shabbatai are close. that he and God have a relationship. And that relationship is one of anointing. It's one of, I have been invited into the world of the Godhead, and I have a relationship with Hashem. Now, that to you might sound really Christian. That might sound really, really Christian to you. And in fact, one of the things that Shabbatai talks about all the time is Christianity. He talks about Jesus. He says, one of the things I'm going to do in this whole messianic business is redeem Jesus. He's very influenced at some level by Christianity. And part of what I think makes the Jewish world very uncomfortable with Shabbatai is not his transgressive behavior. His transgressive behavior gets really overplayed for reasons we'll talk about later. But it's not his transgressive behavior, it's his syncretism. That he's okay with the idea of incorporating Christian elements, with incorporating secular elements, with incorporating Islamic elements. That's what worries the Jewish establishment. It's his syncretism that makes them really angry. Of course, he does these transgressive things, and that pisses them off too. But really, it's the syncretism that really gets them. And I think that's something that's come forward new in the scholarship. And we were just talking about this before the recording started, is that part of what's going on now in the scholarship, we're now beginning to realize that Shabbatai Tzvi was much more at the helm of understanding what was going on than the previous generation of scholarship, mostly Gershom Scholem, thought. Scholem basically thought that at some level, Shabbatai Tzvi was a yeshiva dropout who had no real understanding of Judaism, much less really Kabbalah, and that he was a mentally ill person that rode on the coattails of the great prophet Nathan of Gaza. That was the theory that really, if you read Scholem's work, that's the theory that goes. More recent scholarship by Leibs and other kinds of folks, Pavel Majenko, that we really now know that's not true, because we have letters from Shabbatai Tzvi explaining why he thinks he's a Messiah. And he gives very different reasons for why he thinks he's a Messiah as opposed to why Nathan of Gaza thinks it. So we're getting a much more complicated vision of who Shabbatai Tzvi was, his theology, his ideas of his own messiahhood. We're getting those ideas, and this shows you that the scholarship is continuing to evolve. So let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, right? Let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, because that's going to really tie us back to the Kabbalah in a big way. So what does Nathan of Gaza think? Why does Nathan of Gaza think that Shabbatai is the Messiah? So it has everything to do with Kabbalah. It has everything to do with the Lurianic Kabbalah. So just to rewind a little bit, right? You'll remember from the Lurianic theory that God was originally an infinite fullness, and that fullness filled the entire everything. And that in order to create creation, God had to contract God's self, and that act of contraction is called tzimtzum. Well, when God contracted God's self into the tzimtzum, that left behind a void, what we call the tehiru in Hebrew. And the tehiru, right, when it was evacuated, according to the Lurianic Kabbalah, it left behind traces of the divine. There are sort of fragments of God left behind. Always imagine, you ever poured out oil from a cooking pan? There's always oil left, no matter how much you tip it over. You can't quite get all the oil out. The traces of the oil, the traces of the divine light, the reshimu, coated or fragmented all over inside of the tehiru, of the void. Well, some of those aspects of those traces within the divine void contained elements of divine judgment. Remember, divine judgment in the Kabbalah is always thought of when divine judgment isn't checked by other forces, that is evil. It's unbridled judgment, deen. Well, those elements of deen, of unbridled judgment that remained inside of the tehiru, in terms of the void, those elements of unbridled vengeance and judgment, they sank to the bottom of that void. And as they sank to the bottom of that void, those elements became the sort of the abyss, or this sort of a demonic world at the bottom of that void of the gap that when God tzimtzum. That area, by the way, is called the golem, and Lurianic Kabbalah. It's called the golem. It's the unformed world. This is sort of chaos. It's a tohu bohu. It's this chaotic nightmare where all the evil has sunk to the bottom of the void. All right, so when God shoots God's light into that void, at the very tip of that sphere, at the very tip of Yesod, at the tip of God's phallus, I suppose, at the tip of God's Yesod, the tip of that sphere, that light plunges all the way in to the void, to the tehiru, And the tip of that, and this is where Nathan of Gaza comes in. This is not Lurianic Kabbalah, Nathan of Gaza. The tip of that void shoots all the way into the very bottom of the void, of the abyss where the demons are. And the tip of that is the soul of the Messiah. The soul of the Messiah is the tip of the spear, the tip of the light going all the way in. And as soon as it reaches the bottom, it comes back up. And all of God's remaining judgment in Ein Sof floods into the void, the demonic abyss, the golem. And the soul of the Messiah is the only thing good left at the bottom of that chaotic, nightmarish abyss of evil. And the soul of the Messiah is born, is deposited, according to Nathan of Gaza, at the very bottom of the abyss. And that abyss is filled with every form of evil imaginable. Every form of evil imaginable. The soul of the Messiah is born there, is put there. And there, the soul of the Messiah becomes infused with all this evil. And it's only through this unimaginable process where the soul of the Messiah has to redeem itself, has to climb out of this horrifying abyss of evil, that in the process of redeeming itself, eventually it pulls itself all the way up, right through these horrific world of what I call the Tanaim, the dragons of the text that describes this. It's called Drush Tanaim, the treatise on the dragon. As the Messiah's soul fights vigorously, strives vigorously to purify itself, repurify itself of all this evil, eventually the soul of the Messiah reaches sort of the event horizon, right? If you want to think about this in terms of black hole, it's like a black hole that eventually the soul of the Messiah can get to the very top of the event horizon, right? And just barely pop through. Now, when it barely pops through this horrific world of demonic power, it's still corrupted deeply with demonic power. It's still infused with evil. And so it's still some battle of good and evil. It's still deeply polarized between really, really good, it's the soul of the Messiah, and really, really bad, right? The evil world of the klipot, the shards. And as it climbs out, it eventually crosses back through the event horizon of evil, which you can't do with a black hole, but it crosses through, and it's still influenced with all this evil. But as soon as it climbs out of the world of klipot, it has to find a body. And when it finds a body, the soul root that finds a body, whose body did it find? It found the body, according to Nathan of Gaza, of poor Shabbatai Tzvi. And folks, that explains Shabbatai Tzvi. That explains these, according to Nathan of Gaza, these illuminations and these darkness periods, his sort of manic behavior, manic depression. It explains why he can be completely righteous and in love with God, and yet do these transgressive things, where he says that the 17th of Tammuz or whatever is a feast day rather than a fast. And it's exactly Shabbatai's manic depressive psychology and manic depressive religiosity that for Nathan of Gaza is actually proof of his messianicness. Because inside of Shabbatai is the struggle of the messianic soul against the world of evil. And for Nathan of Gaza, this entire process is the final act of history. Once Shabbatai is purified of all of this evil, then everything will be redeemed. He is embodying, according to Nathan of Gaza, he embodies this final titanic struggle of good and evil. Now, what did the apostasy mean? Right? Because again, Nathan of Gaza is formulating this idea in 1665. Nathan of Shabbatai apostatizes in 1666. Well, we have two completely different theories about what's going on here. We have Nathan's theory. Nathan's theory is that Shabbatai is plunging himself into the world of evil, that is to say, Gentile religion. Nathan of Gaza has nothing good to say about the Gentiles. He's plunging himself into the world of evil in order to basically undermine it. That is to say, he's destroying it from the inside. Nathan of Gaza's theology is always the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself into this to destroy it. He's like a double agent. He's sneaking into the world of he's not really apostatizing. He's pretending to apostatize, to plunge himself into this world, to undermine it, to destroy the klipot. What we now know from Shabbatai's letters, right? We have another view, which again is actually Shabbatai's view. Shabbatai also thought he was the Messiah. But Shabbatai's view was that he was actually he was plunging himself into this in order to redeem Islam. He thought of himself as a redeemer. He wasn't going into Islam to destroy it. He thought there was positive things in Islam. He thought there was positive things in Christianity. And the idea was that ultimately, by plunging himself into this, by plunging himself into Islam, he could redeem the world of the Muslims, and that will be part of the grand redemption. Notice these are very different theories. Notice that what Nathan thought was happening is one thing, and what Shabbatai is happening was something completely different. So notice here, even the Shabbatian movement isn't coherent in terms of what they thought was happening in terms of Shabbatai's messianic mission. And that's not surprising, because if you look at early Christianity, it's not clear that early Christianity really understood what Jesus' messianic mission was. And there was a huge debate about that. Paul thought one thing, James thought another, Peter thought something else. It's not clear that anyone really had a clear idea that Jesus' messianic mission was X, Y, or Z. And so that's why you have these big debates in the church, ditto with the Shabbatian movement. Now, what's key about this, right, is that we have three important interlocking things that make this important. The first is all of them agree that whatever Messiah means, it does not mean the traditional idea of Messiah, which we talked about last time, which is the idea of a political Messiah. This is a spiritualization, the same thing that the Jesus movement did with Jesus, the Shabbatian movement does with Shabbatai, ditto with Further, we have this quasi-Lurianic justification for Shabbatai's claims. Now, what's important to note about these sort of quasi-messianic justifications for Shabbatai's messianic claims is that they're going to be the ones that largely stick. Now, it's a case that some Shabbatians did have some letters of Shabbatai, but largely what's going to stick is going to be the Lurianic, quasi-Lurianic read. I say quasi-Lurianic because a lot of this is not Luria. This is Nathan of Gaza sort of riffing on Luria. Riffing on Luria is a kind way of putting it. But yeah, riffing on Luria. And third, this is all part of a larger apocalyptic agenda, as we mentioned last time. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. The 17th century, the mid-17th century, was an age of hyper-apocalypticism. I mean, folks who remember the 1990s, remember the 1990s and how apocalyptic that was. You have the French Davidians, you have Y2K, you have all this stuff, you have Heaven's Gate. It was a very apocalyptic time. We'll take that and turn it up to 50, and that gives you some sense of how crazily apocalyptic the 17th century was. So this is part of a much bigger apocalyptic world, and Shabbatai's messianic claims are all about the end of the world. And to give it a sense of that, I want to read a letter of Nathan of Gaza here, just a chunk of a letter from Nathan of Gaza. And I'll read it relatively briefly, just so you know kind of what the mood felt like. So this is a letter of Nathan of Gaza to Raphael Joseph, who was a Chalevi of Cairo, who was a big wig dude in Cairo. In fact, he was the guy that gave Shabbatai job. So I'm reading the translated lines of Nathan of Gaza. Quote, nowadays, we again face opposing forces. They are wholly ineffective, however, and injure no one but themselves, for the final end is now upon us. Again, the apocalyptic level, the final end is now upon us. This being so, Nathan writes, you must not wonder why, by what special merit our generation has come to deserve it. In addition, there are these dreadful agonies, inconceivable and limitless, that Rabbi Shabbatai Tzvi has suffered on behalf of the Jewish nation. Consequently, he has full power to do with this nation whatever he pleases, to justify or, chas v'shalom, condemn them. He may justify the most depraved sinner in existence, even someone like Jesus, or condemn anyone who doubts him, even he be the most pious person alive, to unspeakable torments. You must treat the following principle as absolutely certain. The Jewish people cannot attain to life other than by believing these things without any sign or miracle. All this is God's purpose enacted in this generation, worthy to see the beginnings of the redemption. You must have no concern whatever for those who do not believe, even if they be your close personal friends. And then after that, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai describes the outline of what Nathan of Gaza thinks is going to be roughly a 100-year period in which everything else is going to go down. And you get a sort of timeline about how this thing's going to go down, how Shabbatai is going to go. And all kinds of stuff. It's very, very bizarre. But at any rate, that gives you some sense of the fervor that Nathan of Gaza puts onto all this. Now, as we mentioned, Shabbatai died, and so did Nathan of Gaza. In fact, after Shabbatai died, Nathan of Gaza kind of redoubles his efforts, and he argues basically that Shabbatai's death is a kind of illusion, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden, right? That was an idea to be found also in Shia and Ismaili Islam, that he was occulted, then at some point very, very soon, he would reveal himself again in his full glory. Again, are they leaning on Christianity at some level here? It sounds like it. It sounds like very Christian, that he's just hidden. So this is a kind of, it's kind of Shia, kind of Ismaili, kind of Christian move, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden. Now, what ends up happening in all of this, right, is that there is something of a combination that's already happened in Shabbatai's life, or the end of his life, where some Sufi ideas have begun to enter the inner circle of Shabbatai's theology. And those Sufi Islamic ideas began to form a kind of synthetic theology. And that synthetic theology allows for the idea that, again, Shabbatai might be occluded, he's actually not dead. And what we have is over and over again these predictions that Shabbatai will appear on this year and this year and this year, and of course he never does. And eventually Nathan of Gaza, well, he dies. Nathan of Gaza dies, and as soon as Nathan of Gaza dies, the movement immediately begins to fracture. Because of course, when you have Nathan of Gaza, who is probably one of the more talented Kabbalists of his day, unable to basically continue to steer the movement via his theoretical Kabbalah, the movement begins to fall apart. And the first person to really pick up the reins of this movement will be Abraham Cardozo, himself a very strong believer in Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean basin, but also through Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai Tzvi, and he was murdered in 1706. So he was a huge promulgator of Shabbatian doctrine until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbatai died, the women in the movement really take up the reins. And again, is it surprising? No. Think about Jesus. The moment that Jesus died, who are the only people there at the grave? It was the women, right? We have the Marys, right? We have the women there. The men all scatter. And so women in a big way hold the reins of the movement very early on. And in fact, there's some really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets, how the Shabbatian women prophets really both made the movement work, but also propelled the movement after Shabbatai had died. Now you'll remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died, and his second wife, Aisha, or Yocheved, she went by both names. Actually, Aisha, or Yocheved, declared that her younger brother, Yaakov Corrido, was in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi. So what we have, again, is the use of Lurianic Kabbalah, the idea of soul roots, and Gilgul HaNeshemot, the idea of reincarnation, being marshaled to show that there is a continuity of Shabbatai Tzvi's soul. He's not dead. He's just reincarnated. He's reincarnated, of course, into the younger brother here of Aisha Yocheved. Now, what ends up happening in this whole process is that there is some pressure being put on these quasi-Shabbatian Jews, Muslims, that are there living in places like Salonika and in places around the Shabbatian movement. Remember that part of what happened with Shabbatai Tzvi is he was condemned for not being Muslim enough, and he was exiled all the way in what is now Montenegro. And so some of the people around him that stayed around him, about 300 families or so, these were Jewish believers in Shabbatai who had never converted to Islam. And eventually, with Aisha's pressure, probably she's getting pressure from the Ottoman Empire, they all convert. Right? We get a mass conversion of about 300 families who do convert to Islam in 1683, some years after Shabbatai died. That core of about 300 families, right, which is the size of basically the synagogue I grew up in, that core was going to form the core of the post-Shabbatian movement. And over around a century, right, we have about, that number grows to about 600 families, and over time, what would end up happening is in that time period, in the generation after Shabbatai's death, the new faith of the Shabbatian movement would take effect. And basically, the new faith looks something like this. There is a Torah that is composed of 18 laws. There are 18 laws that make up the Torah of the Shabbatian movement. They do not have relationship with Jews, and they have outward relationships with Muslims, but they don't marry with Muslims, and they don't bury their dead with Muslims. So they don't associate with the Jewish crowd, because obviously they're not Jews anymore. They're Muslims now. But what's important is they still follow an underground form of Judaism made up of 18 laws, and that they only marry within their own ranks, and they only bury within their own ranks. And what ends up happening is this group of converted Muslim, Jew, Shabbatian people, they don't actually observe Islam completely, and they dissimulate. They lie about the degree to which they're really Muslims, and this actually has precedent in some lodges in the Sufi movement. This is an idea called taqiyya, not taqiyya and not taqiyya, not the Hebrew word taqiyya. This is the idea that you can hide your Sufi beliefs if those Sufi beliefs can get you physically endangered. They can endanger you. So what they're living is basically a dual life. They're living quietly as kind of Jews, but publicly they're living as Muslims. But they're still not quite Muslims, and they're still certainly not Jews. There's something else. And this something else is going to eventually evolve into its own religion. Now, inside of the movement, as you might imagine, there are further fractures. The two major fractures, and there's going to be three major fractures within the Shabbatian movement that will occur. The first major fracture is that there's going to be another incarnation of, so-called incarnation of Shabbat Tzvi and Rechia Russo, who's known in Turkish as Osman Baba. He'll die in 1720, which, by the way, is telling you how close we're getting to modernity, by the way, at this point. And he's declared to be one of the really important, he's been declared to be the legitimate inheritor of the Shabbati movement. He's a reincarnation of Shabbat Tzvi. So this is going to break the movement into two different groups. The smaller movement, which is the Yaqubi movement. The Yaqubi movement is actually very close to Sunni Orthodox Islam in the Karakashi movement. And the Karakashi movement is going to be much more syncretistic with Judaism. It's going to maintain some relationships with Judaism, but it's going to be much more heavily Sufi influenced. What's important to know about the Karakashi movement is that they're going to have missionaries. And those missionaries are going to be sent to Eastern Europe. Again, where is this movement developing? It's developing primarily in Salonika. It's developing in places like Montenegro. They're going to move their way into Central Europe, and eventually they're going to reach the core of Central Europe in the Podolia region in Poland. And as you probably know, the Podolia region in Poland is going to be absolutely core in all this. We'll get to that in a minute. There's going to be a third and final split. This is the Kapansi movement. This is the group that rejects the whole reincarnation theory. They reject the idea that Osman Baba is in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they say that only Shabbatai, that there have been no reincarnations of Shabbatai Tzvi, only Shabbatai Tzvi the Messiah, and this version, the Kapansi movement, is the idea that Shabbatai Tzvi is the only form of the Messiah. That group, which is actually pretty close to the very popular Mevlevi Sufi order, which I imagine folks know the Mevlevis, right? Those are the whirling dervishes. These are the famous whirling dervishes in the Sufi movement. So they're very close to them in a lot of ways. It's that part of the Shabbatian movement that's going to go on to become the one that will survive in Turkey. That one will survive in Turkey. We'll talk about that in a minute. So by the early to the mid-18th century, these groups would become the core of what we call the Shabbatian movement in the Ottoman Empire. And collectively, they're referred to as dunme, right? Dunme. Now, this word actually means apostate, and many of them would not call themselves dunme, but I would call them something like conversos or the Shabbatians, but the name dunme is stuck. Now, you might be asking how many of these dunme were there in the Ottoman Empire. Well, they had a bit of a problem in terms of growing themselves because they only married within their own families, which led to all kinds of problems. So there were probably, we guess, somewhere between 10 and 15,000 dunme in the Ottoman Empire at the turn of the 20th century. So at the turn of the 20th century, there were 10,000 of these Shabbatians living in the Ottoman Empire. They were practicing Jews of a very strange type. They lived on the outside as Muslims, but on the inside they lived secretly as a kind of Jew. And they were kind of accepted. Everyone knew, I think, that they weren't completely Muslims, and everyone kind of knew they weren't really Jews. They kind of did their own thing. They buried their own dead in their own graveyards. They only buried each other. They lived in the same part of Salonika and eventually Istanbul. They were their own thing. And everyone at some level knew this. Now, what's important about the Donmed is that there are two things that really core that are known about them, is that they became very, very well educated and very, very wealthy. This is often true for very tight group communities, right? That is to say, they became skilled craftsmen, they became skilled tradesmen, and they kept their money indoors, and they become actually quite educated and actually quite wealthy. And they were some of the earliest Turks to turn toward the West in the process of sort of modernization. And as the Ottoman Empire began to come apart, the Donmed formed, in some level, the core of the Young Turks. And the Young Turks, as you probably know, are the folks that led the modernization of Turkey. They revitalized the Turkish language. And in many ways, they formed the core of the process in which Turkey would modernize. And in many ways, these Donmed, which we now know the Donmed formed a pretty significant element of the Young Turk movement, which means they played a pivotal role in the development of Turkey as a modern nation. Now, the tide of that would all turn. In fact, I think I said this right. I said this on the slide. The first foreign ministry for the new government of Turkey would be a Karakashi Donmed. So the first foreign minister, that's a big deal. That's a high-ranking member of the Turkish government, was Donmed. So now the problem with this is that as the 20th century wore on, Turkey and, of course, Israel came into loggerheads about all kinds of things. And what ended up happening was that there was a huge anti-Semitic backlash in Turkey. And that anti-Semitic backlash caught the Donmed. The Donmed were thought of as secret Jews. And the idea they were secret Jews was even more terrible because they were, conspiracy theories and stuff that fled through Turkey. And so many of the Donmed basically completely abandoned any Judaism, and many of them just ceased being Donmed and became completely secular. They became completely secular. The question now these days, by the way, is, are there any Donmed in Turkey at all? And we don't know. We don't know. I think I mentioned this last time in my last lecture on the Shabbatians. I had a student in a class I taught her Shabbat Tzvi. She came from a Donmed family, and she said that in Turkey that she would ask other people, and they would say, yeah, I come from a family of Karkeshi people, or I come from a family of Kompasi people, but no, I'm just a secular person. My father was secular. My grandfather may have visited, whatever, a tomb of someone, but no, there are no practicing Donmed left in Turkey. The problem with this, of course, is we don't know, because part of what the Donmed do is they don't tell anyone they practice this. They practice this idea of Takia, which means they don't make it public that they are, in fact, Shabbatians. So are there Shabbatians left in Turkey? Maybe. Probably not. They're probably extinct. But are there Donmed families left in Turkey? Probably. Yeah, there are definitely Donmed families left in Turkey. But are there any practicing Shabbatians in Turkey? The data seems to indicate no. It seems to be an extinct religion. But I'm leaving the door open for the possibility that they're still over there, but I think that the odds of them actually surviving are pretty low. So that gives us some idea that the Donmed, at some level, Shabbatianism continued to thrive and thrive all the way into at least the mid-20th century in Turkey, where it was kind of born. Now, as I mentioned, right, the Karakashi sect, the sect that holds that Osman Baba is the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, again, to get some idea where we are, we're on 1720. That sect, the Karakashi, were much more willing to mix Judaism and Islam. And remember, it was that sect that sent the first post-Shabbatai missionaries into Eastern Europe. Now, you might wonder, why in the world would anyone listen to this in Eastern Europe? Why would Jews hear these guys out? Shabbatai's dead. He's been dead for a generation. It was a huge disappointment. It was a disaster. This entire thing was a disaster. Why would any Jews listen to the idea that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah, despite the fact this entire disaster has happened? Well, the first thing is that news of Shabbatai's death actually happened really slow. It took a long time to get to Central Europe. And so unlike in the Ottoman Empire, where the news traveled very fast, by the time the news got to Central Europe, Poland, things were very slow, and frankly, people weren't terribly educated. Jews in Central Europe in the early 18th century, Jews in Central Europe in the late 17th century, in the early 16th century, or late 17th century, yeah, they're not terribly educated. This is a very, very rural, very superstitious, very mystically inclined group of people. Remember that the Judaism of the Ashkenaz, the Chassidei Ashkenaz, have historically been very interested in supernatural, very taken with those kinds of ideas. Secondly, knowledge of Kabbalah at that time was very, very piecemeal in that area. Now, knowledge of Kabbalah in other areas was much higher, but at this point, early on in late in the 17th century, knowledge of Kabbalah was very, very piecemeal, very fractured. What's important to know about this is those people coming in, some of these Karakashi missionaries carrying the gospel of Shabbatai Tzvi, had a much higher degree of Kabbalistic education at some level than the local people did. So this is very impressive. Further, Orthodox Judaism in this region was much, much more oriented at the level of practice than belief. What really mattered for these people, and this is true for many factions of Judaism, is it matters much more what you do at some level than what you believe. And so belief was a bit more weird. You could have a much more broader range of belief and still practice Judaism. You could believe all kinds of things about werewolves, vampires, and stuff, and it was okay as long as you practiced Judaism in a nominal way. And further, these communities were very precarious. You're talking about a place where during Shabbat, right before Shabbatai's life, he experienced a giant pogrom that killed 100,000 Jews probably. And this entire area was subject to constant problems with the local population, where there are constant pogroms. And so there's also just a level of instability and fear and messianic claims in environments like that, where there is a kind of precarious existence, are much more, they become much more tenable. It's much more easy to convince poor, uneducated people who live a precarious existence of the existence of a Messiah that will save them, as opposed to other people. And again, that's true. We can see that playing itself out lots of times in history. When the Shabbatian movement landed in Central Europe, in general, it kind of took. And it's always going to kind of take in Central Europe. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Now, what's important to know about this is what ended up happening in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy in 1666 is that most people deconverted. They rejected his messiahship. What typically happens in the Jewish world? Someone gets to be the Messiah, they don't follow the rules, we reject them. Well, what ends up happening is that typically the rabbis that were almost always the anti-Shabbatai people were the Messiah, or were the rabbis of the local region, like Manasseh ben Israel, for instance, in Amsterdam. And Manasseh ben Israel, who was anti-Shabbatian the entire time, once the fervor of the Messianic movement ended, Manasseh ben Israel was basically able to rein his flock in and kind of shepherd them in the aftermath of this disaster. So in many ways, Amsterdam was really typical because Amsterdam was hotly Messianic, very Messianic, maybe one of the largest Messianic centers in the world. And then after the 1666 apostasy, people were really disappointed, and Manasseh ben Israel, the rabbi of the community there, was able to basically shepherd them through the disaster. What ends up happening, however, in Central Europe is that some of the rabbis that were converted and some of the rabbis affected or influenced by these missionaries, some of these learned rabbis continued to hold their faith in Shabbatai in private, while in public denying it and remaining Orthodox. So we have people that are secretly maintaining some kind of Shabbatian ideas, and yet at the same time, publicly, they are not holding on to them in public. We call these people crypto-Shabbatians. And what ends up happening is that as Kabbalistic ideas begin to make their way into Central Europe in the aftermath of Shabbatai, you can sort of imagine Shabbatai as the wave that reaches in, and that when the Messiah claims of Shabbatai bring this wave into Central Europe, what gets left behind after he leaves, after he sort of washes out, his Messianic claims wash out, what gets left behind is the Kabbalah. So he brings in the Kabbalah, and then he comes out because he apostated or whatever, and what's left behind is the Kabbalah. And so as he leaves behind, as the movement leaves behind these Kabbalistic traces, the rabbis who are left behind with the belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah continue to believe in Shabbatianism as a messianic movement, all the while still holding on to many of these Kabbalistic ideas, and it's the Kabbalistic ideas that still continue to convince them that he is in fact the Messiah, that maybe he is occulted, maybe he is actually just diving himself into the deep recesses of the Klipot, and that he will eventually redeem them somehow, right? This is all part of the plan. And what ends up happening is that very early Kabbalah in Central Europe is always at some level tinged with a Shabbatian element. All of Kabbalah in Central Europe in the early 18th century, late 17th century is going to be tinged with Shabbatian elements. And what we have are a lot of crypto-Shabbatian works, right? Chemdat Yamim, Shevet Musar. We have other kinds of movements, other kinds of texts that are incredibly influential. We'll talk about that influence in just a minute. And this ultimately erupts in the Emden Eibishutz controversy. And the Emden Eibishutz controversy is a situation where two very, very, very prominent rabbis, one of them, Eibishutz, is declared to be a Shabbatian. He's declared to be a crypto-Shabbatian. And he denies it. He says, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. And this debate, by the way, was not settled in their lifetime. Both Emden and Eibishutz eventually died. And for a long time, people believed that Emden's critique of Eibishutz was that he was not really a Shabbatian. Now we know that he probably was. He probably was. We actually have good reason to believe now that he was in fact a Shabbatian, crypto Shabbatian. In fact, to this day, it's not even clear who was and who wasn't. We still don't know who was a Shabbatian and who wasn't at this time period. And this is not good. This would be a minor issue if it weren't for the emergence of the most important Jewish movement in basically the modern period. And that movement, of course, is Hasidism. And so in many ways, the disdain between the Shabbatians and the anti-Shabbatians, the crypto-Shabbatians and their condemners, is also going to track to the rise of Hasidism and the Mitnagdim, the Misnagdim, the people that condemn them, the opponents of the Misnagdim that in the century that comes later. Now, I'm going to make some really controversial statements that will make people who are very amenable to Hasidism maybe a little upset, but the data is now showing, the evidence is now showing that early Hasidism and Shabbatianism, there is a relationship there. It's obscure and it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of both early Hasidism and European Shabbatianism that it's, I think, undeniable that at some level, the movement, the Hasidic movement, at some level, is at least influenced by Shabbatianism. I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatianism. I don't think that's true, but the idea that they're completely distinct, I think, is no longer holdable by the Hasidic movement. They would deny it, but I think it's there. So why do I think that? Well, it's, for instance, things like the role of the Tzaddik or the Rebbe, the idea that they're a sort of intermediary, a kind of quasi-Messiah, as they act as sort of a intermediary between them and God. The Rebbe is often sometimes thought of as engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that they suffer on behalf of the community, for the community. The emergence of both of these movements, the Shabbatian movement and the Hasidic movement, both emerge in the exact same region of Poland, the Podolia region. The Baal Shem Tov is from there. We'll talk about Hasidism next time, but I'm just saying at this point, I do think that the Hasidic movement and the Shabbatian movement that there's some overlap. Both of them are very influenced by Kabbalah, Lorraine Kabbalah. There's an antinomian streak in Hasidism, obviously, you can find that in Shabbatianism as well. There's this stuff of Avodah Bagashmiut, the sort of physical stuff that the Hasidic people do that also seems to be also overlapping with some Shabbatianism as well, although typically the Hasidic movement is largely halakhically Jewish law-wise, very conservative, but there's still an antinomian streak, and there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not to be found in the Misnag movement, For instance, the wearing of tefillin during Chol Moed, that is deeply influenced by Kabbalah. It's not to be found in more Litvak style Judaism. It's an element that comes especially in Hasidism. As you probably know, the world of Hasidism is very court-like. It's very royal. The Rebbe is treated almost as a kind of regal figure, as a kind of king. And there is a quasi-messianic attitude toward the Rebbes in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbatian text played a huge role in early Hasidism, especially Chabad Yamin. And in many ways, the Misnag movement, the Litvak movement, the movement that was very critical of Hasidism, saw in many ways Hasidism as a extension of the Shabbati movement. And early on, when the Vilna Gaon really goes after the early Hasids, he really claims that under the hood of it all is Shabbatianism, that they actually are Shabbatians. Now, I think that in general, does the Vilna Gaon overplay his cards? Maybe he does overplay his cards. But is he completely off base? I don't think so. I think the Vilna Gaon is not crazy, and he's not a fool. I think he's not just being polemical or saying polemical. I don't think he's just writing people off. I think there's actually a relatively strong argument to be made that there is a strong influence of the Shabbatian movement, the crypto-Shabbatian movement in Central Europe, especially in the Podolia region, on early Hasidism. But we'll get to Hasidism next week. Now, in Podolia, the reason I just mentioned in Poland, this movement continues to change and it continues to mutate, and it will mutate into perhaps its most absolutely bizarre form under the leadership of Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was born into a Shabbatian family. He left Podolia to move to the Ottoman Empire. He joined up with the Karakashi sect. In fact, Osman Baba was a witness at his wedding in 1752. 1752, folks, we're in 1752, FYI. Like, this is 25 years or so until, the American Revolution. So he moved back to Podolia, and he begins to practice a kind of pretty serious quasi-transgressive form of Judaism, and we have what is called the Landscrum affair, where it seems like in a synagogue he may have had a naked woman who was called the embodiment of the Torah, and they were doing some kind of sex stuff in the synagogue, dancing around this naked woman who was thought to be the embodiment of the Torah. And in 1751, him and his followers were excommunicated by the local rabbis. Now, there is an idea that gets attached to Frankism and Shabbatianism, which is called mitzvah haba'ah ba'avera. This is sometimes translated as redemption through sin, but this is a complete misreading of what's going on in Shabbatianism. In fact, almost everybody who totes this idea, I think, is just misguided. This idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed, this idea of mitzvah haba'ah ba'avera, this idea never occurs in, to my knowledge, any Shabbatian writing. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbatians over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in antinomian behavior, they're engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to hasten redemption, in order to plunge themselves into the klipot and redeem the klipot, in order to somehow redeem sin through, or redeem themselves through sin. There's just virtually no evidence that this is what they were practicing. Shabbatai Tzvi never makes that argument, neither does Nathan of Gaza. But this term, mitzvah haba'ah ba'avera, which is an idea actually found in the Talmud, has to do with can you do mitzvah with a forbidden object? So the classic example is, can you wave a stolen lulav and esrog? And the rabbis say no, right? You can't commit a mitzvah by breaking another mitzvah. And so even the idea of this is just ridiculous. And unfortunately, it's gotten promulgated by a bunch of anti-Semites and stuff who have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all of modern Jews, or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, that these people are somehow part of this Frankist lineage of the Rothschilds and all this stuff. And that they're really secret Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins. And the more sin they do, they can redeem themselves. And so there's this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is rooted in the idea of the Frankists and the Shabbatians practicing this idea of mitzvah ba'avera. But the truth of the matter is they never did this, and that was not what they were up to. And I want to say that anyone who wants to believe in this, just show me in the Shabbatian literature where this idea is put forward. I don't know that it ever is. I can't find it as a single thing. what Frank does argue is that that what's happening is that he is inaugurating a new Torah. That the new Torah that he is inaugurating is a replacement, right? So you have the Torah Beriah, right? And he's inventing a new Torah. He's conjuring into being a new Torah, the Torah Atzilut, the Torah of this world. And that new Torah is going to inaugurate a new religion that he calls Da'at, wisdom, knowledge. The Das is how you would say it in Ashkenazi Hebrew, but this idea, he's bringing a new form of the Torah into the world, and that new form of the Torah is going to be this thing that he calls a new religion called Da'at, or Das. Now, we'll go through this relatively quickly. What ends up happening is that Frank and his followers are arrested, and they flee to Istanbul. They convert to Islam, like many Frankists or many Shabbatians at the time. And what they end up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. And by the devil, I mean here Catholic bishops. And what they end up doing is they argue that they represent a camp of Jews who are influenced by the Zohar, who reject the Talmud. And that the other camp, the anti-Shabbatians, the anti-Frankists, accept the Talmud, but reject the Zohar. Now, of course, the Jews accepted both, and the Shabbatians are trying to parlay with the Catholic Church, basically, so that the local Jewish population can't basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis. There's a 19-40 debate, and the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever. And the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and there are dozens of copies of the Talmud burned in Poland. Now, what ends up happening, again, history is always funny, the bishop that sided with the Shabbatians in Poland in 1757, he dies, and a new bishop emerges who is no longer a friend of the Shabbatians. At this point, Frank declares that he's actually the reincarnation of Osman Baba and Shabbatai Tzvi, and he begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening after that is that, this gets so complicated. There's a local bishop who wants to basically prove the blood libel is true, and in order to prove the blood libel, the idea that Jews sacrifice and kill the host, this sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense, he holds another dispute in Lvov in 1759 of the blood libel, but the anti-Talmudists are declared to be not really Jews, and they are to be converted. And Nathan and Frank on September 17, 1759 basically sides with this bishop, and this bishop stands to gain an enormous amount of land and all kinds of stuff. And also the Jews, including Frank, also stand to gain an enormous amount of privilege by converting to Catholicism. 3,000 Jews are converted to Catholicism on the 17th of September 1759. It's a disaster. I don't think Frank himself even thought this was going to happen. Now, Frank, being, I think, completely full of himself and I think just delusional with power, holds that this is part of the plan. Just like Shabbatai had to convert to Islam, well, Frank, being the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi and Osman Baba, he's going to himself plunge himself into the world of Catholicism. And after he converts, he lives a life of a Polish noble. He's wearing fine clothes, doing all this stuff, but at the same time, he is also engaged in very heterodox behavior. And in a way that the Turkish court would accept Shabbatai engaging in very strange behavior, the local Catholics aren't having it. They are not having it. Eventually, they arrest Frank, and he is basically sent to prison in a monastery for 14 years. So he's arrested and sent to a monastery for 14 years because they do not want to deal with him. The Catholics are not playing around, perhaps in the way that the Turks were. In 1772, Russian forces invade Poland, and they release him. They actually release him from this monastery where he's being kept, and he kind of cozies up to members of the Holy Roman Empire. He gets comfortable with Joseph II. He meets Paul I, the future Tsar of Russia, and it's in that time period that he writes his principal Frankist Shabbatian work, a text called The Collection of the Words of the Lord, which is published in English now. What ends up happening is that he gets into kerfuffle with Joseph II, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. He's expelled from the court, and he ends up settling, and eventually he dies of a stroke in 1791. 1791, right? We're like in the middle of the French Revolution at this point, right? 1789, we're just not far off from the terror. At that point, about 1791, his daughter, Ava, takes control of the movement. Again, it's women who rescue this movement. There are about 25,000 Frankists. That is to say, Catholics living as crypto-Jews in Poland in the late 18th century. And what ends up happening is that Ava Frank, leads the movement into the future, basically building a giant court around her. She actually claims that she's the daughter of all these Russian royalty or whatever. And there is a huge Shabbatian center at both Warsaw and Prague, both under her control. And she lives like a princess, folks. I mean, people, like, the amount of money that she spent to maintain her lifestyle basically bankrupted the movement. And when she died in September of 1816, the movement was so heavily indebted that it began to collapse under its own weight. I mean, she lived like a monarch in the areas that she lived in. By the 1880s, we know that the movement's sort of limping on, although many people at that point had begun to realize that just being Catholic is a better idea than trying to maintain this bizarre double life. And so many people through the 1860s and 70s began to convert and began just to be Catholic. They just continued to be Catholic. And by the 1880s, we have very little evidence that people are practicing crypto-Judaism anymore. They're no longer Shabbatians, but they're still very emotionally connected to Ava Frank. In fact, Ava Frank became sort of a cult of personality all of her own, and it became less about Shabbatai Tzvi and less about Nathan, less about Frank and more about her and her cult of personality. And what we end up having is people basically by the 1880s have largely converted to basically just regular old Catholicism, although some people deconvert. Some people deconvert and go back to Judaism. So there's a bit of a split there, and to evidence that split, you may know this family. It's a very Catholic family that becomes a pretty Catholic, pretty famous Catholic person. I'm pretty sure I'm going to pronounce their name wrong, but you probably recognize the Wojtyla family, right? You probably know who that is. That's the family of John Paul II. That's the family of John Paul II. There is good evidence, good reason to believe that the former Pope, John Paul II, is a descendant of one of the converted Frankist families, right? Now, that's the side that became Catholic. Obviously, John Paul II is pretty Catholic, and he comes probably from one of these Frankist families. On the other side, another group of families that deconvert, they go back to Judaism, and a kind of liberal Judaism, a kind of Turkish-style Judaism, like the Young Turks. A very liberal, progressive form of Judaism is the Brandeis. And of course, the Brandeis, as you may know, Louis Brandeis became the first Jewish Supreme Court justice. And when Louis Brandeis died, when they were going through his effects, one of the things they found in his family inheritance was an image, a picture of Ava Frank. He came from a Frankist family, and he kept this heirloom. Now, does that mean that Louis Brandeis was a Frankist and a crypto-Shabbatian, blah, 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 blah? No. He probably was a liberal Jew, just like many liberal Jews that you recognize from lots of places anywhere in the United States at the time. But he maintained an image, he kept a picture of Ava Frank, and he comes from a Frankist family. Do I think he was a practicing Shabbatian in any form or fashion? Absolutely not. It's ridiculous any more than I think that John Paul II was a practicing Frankist. Although what I want to point out here as I wrap up for the night, Frankism, Shabbatianism had a huge impact on the development of Judaism. Huge impact. The idea that you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40 and married and all that, that's in response to the Frankists, to the Shabbatian movement. The internal reality of Judaism in Central Europe, the rise of Hasidism, is probably at some level a Frankist movement, a part of, or at least a Shabbatian, an expression of a kind of Shabbatianism. The intense hatred of the Hasidic movement by the Misnagdim is probably part of their anti-Shabbatian movement. And again, we have prominent families who emerged in the aftermath of the disaster of Shabbatianism and Frankism, both in the rise of the world of Turkey, the rise of the Young Turks, and the rise of the Turkish national movement. And then we have families who are very prominent Polish families, like the family of John Paul II and the family of Louis Brandeis, who ultimately emerged from the Frankist movement, from the Shabbatian movement, and are part of world history in a big way. There are even neo-Shabbatians. There are neo-Shabbatians. In fact, my channel, the Esoterica channel, I have a couple of folks who are neo-Shabbatians. I expressed the idea that Shabbatianism was a catastrophe for Judaism. I'm not going to apologize for that. I think it was a catastrophe. But I think if someone finds Shabbatites to be an interesting spiritual figure, all the better for them. But what I just want to hammer home tonight, as I wrap up this lecture tonight, is that we cannot imagine Judaism coming into modernity without Shabbatai Tzvi. Shabbatai Tzvi is the bridge, in many ways, of Judaism from the world of the medieval world, the medieval Kabbalah, and he is the bridge to modernity. Hasidism, the Haskalah, Zionism, all of that, at some level, has to be seen as in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi, as in the shadow of the Shabbatian movement. All of the Messianic stuff in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, Reform Judaism, all of it, at some level, it is in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi. And there's no way that we can deny it, I don't think. And so, in many ways, if you want to understand modern Judaism, you have to understand it at some level as a response to the Shabbatian movement. And in that way, in a big way, Shabbatai Tzvi is still around. Because in many ways, we are living in the shadow cast by this peculiar Messiah who apostatized to Islam and continued to be Jewish or something. So, to drive this point home and to put a fine point on it tonight as we wrap up, modernity, Jewish modernity, is in many ways in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi. And the more we learn about him, the more we understand him, the more we understand this movement, the movement that came after him, whether it is fractures in his death or in the Frankist movement or what have you, the better we understand Jewish origins in modernity, whether it be the Haskalah, the Hasidic movement, the Misnagdim, whatever. They're all in the shadow of this guy. And I think it's quintessentially important to understand him, Nathan of Gaza, the theology, the Kabbalah really is in many ways downstream of him. And so, Shabbatai Tzvi, a Messiah who, in many ways, in a lot of ways, I think of Judaism in some ways, of pre-modern Judaism being bookmarked between two Messiahs. And that's Jesus of Nazareth and Shabbatai Tzvi. You can bookmark Judaism in some ways, medieval ancient Judaism between those two bookmarks. And that modernity is in the aftermath and the shadow of Shabbatai. So, whether you like him or not, whether you're embarrassed of him or not, whether you think he's crazy or not, whatever, you certainly can't deny, I don't think you can deny, that we have not, as a Jewish population, come into a real grasp of the impact that he made. And I think that we're worse off for that. And I think the better we understand Shabbatai Tzvi and his Messianic movement and its vicissitudes, the better we will understand Judaism, the better we will understand Jewish modernity, and the better we will understand Zionism and all of that. And if we don't do that, we do that at our funeral. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I provide accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, hermetic philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Everybody, hello. It's good to be here. Here we are again.
Episode 3 of the Hinchcliffe Notes.
Heck yeah, a huge success. How's the crowd out there tonight? They're here. They're live in the flesh. It's actual people.
You did a weird thing today. You texted me something that I couldn't tell if you were just super, super stoned or fucking with me.
I was super stoned.
He's what did you say? You said, "Hey, I got a good idea. If you think it's a good idea, why don't we change the name to the podcast?"
Well, we never officially named it. I wanted to name it Hinchcliffe's Notes, and then you started saying, "Well, it's a pilot, so you can change the name." And then I started thinking, well, I mean, now that that's in the air, maybe it's changeable.
Well, it's already episode 3 now.
Okay.
But your idea was like completely weird.
Well, it seemed weird. I was going to explain it more to you, but then we were just texting, and I'm like, I'm not going to call it just to explain the thing.
Right. But
if we talk about it, somebody else is going to do it.
Right.
Because it does have a thing. Because the kill in the thing would have meant that you were making me laugh.
I see. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I thought it was just random. He wanted to call it Kill Tony.
And like have a Kill Bill, have it be like Kill Bill themed, where I'd be like in a yellow suit with a sword and shit for its cover.
Yeah, kind of.
And in that Kill Bill font, because comedians are doing time, and if you make me laugh, that's pretty awesome.
That's actually a really good idea. Now that you explained it, it makes so much more sense.
I know. I thought before you would just think that I was trying to be cool, like, hey, kill Tony, and then it'd be like Kill Bill themed, just like something that would be. But if you kill, what I meant, it means kill on stage, not like kill.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking that though. Maybe if other people wouldn't get that either, unless you're like a hardcore comic or something like that. You know, if you just saw that podcast about Kill Tony, what's that?
But it does seem sort of edgy, you know.
It does.
Kill Tony,
it's
like
easier to say.
About? Yeah, it's definitely easier to say. It's definitely easier to spell. I mean, that's a huge deal with Hinchcliffe's Notes. There's an apostrophe in it. It's not really hashtagable.
I say Kill Tony's up there, man.
Really? What do you guys think? Hinchcliffe's Notes or Kill Tony? Oh, really?
Well, that seems like it's it. Kill Tony.
This is the 3rd episode of this podcast, but we'll say that this is the first one in which the new. Wait, you know what? I like what you're thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our head of security here, as always, the Iron Patriot.
I'm the Iron Patriot. I will lead us into battle against anyone who would threaten our way of life.
Hell yeah. He always keeps me safe, makes sure that nobody fucks with me physically, and he's perhaps one of the least mobile superheroes in recorded history. Is Brody? No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Is that unlike Bruce Wayne or Tony Stark, your suit is a little bit more armored.
Yeah. This is no CGI. You want to go see a fancy, go to the movie. This is the real thing.
Wow! Look at that.
He's feisty under there. Well, he's been doing the podcast. He's been taking a tour of all the podcasts.
Well, yeah, we found out. He came up to us just a moment ago. He always shows up perfectly just a few minutes before the show. I mean, he says, after I was on your episode last week as your head of security for the first time, because that was his first show was last week, he said, all of a sudden my podcast confidence got up. I did the Adam Carolla podcast on Wednesday. There you go. A 48-hour turnaround. If you're on my podcast, you get another podcast. So, that's exciting. And then what was the other podcast?
Friday, I went to the Hollywood Improv for a Kevin Smith show.
Wow. Jesus.
I thought he likes comic books. I thought I asked him if he likes the Iron Patriot from the comics or the Iron Patriot from the Iron Man.
And then it was his answer, security! I love
The costume is cool. We did a picture, and he's a real nice guy.
Hell yeah,
I
man.
got pictures on my Twitter.
And then you mentioned getting here was a little bit tough tonight, huh?
Yes, the bus went right by me. I was the only one at the bus stop. And I put out my stop sign, and it just went right by me. I think the lady thought she had a great look on her face, like I was crazy.
You need to have like a flag or something.
Well, what's the universal sign for stop the bus?
Like this.
Yeah, I should have done that. So I went like this.
Yeah, she thought you were just posing.
Yeah. That was a mistake.
So the bus passed you up. Luckily, the second bus picked you up, right?
Because there was other people standing there with me.
Right. Oh.
No, I got to do it. Red band. I got to do this thing.
Yeah, do the wave thing.
It's actually block. I can get out in front of that bus and block.
Right.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Right. Let's put that armor to the test.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah! Like Brody Stevens said last week on the podcast, he was on it, and he said that he saw the Iron Patriot walking here. I said, what did that look like? He said, a lot of 90-degree angles. It's tough for an Iron
This
Patriot.
building was wheelchair accessible.
Right.
They run stairs.
Right.
So do most of my girlfriends.
There you go. Brian loves the handicapped girls.
That's not good.
I
I quit smoking today, and I'm trying not to drink.
What?
I try not to drink. It's my day 2 or 3 of not drinking, so I'm very irritable.
You haven't had a cigarette all day?
And no dick pills for the last 5 days.
Oh my god.
You know what it is? I just don't want to fuck like crazy if I don't take those boner pills. I just want to sleep.
Well, maybe you need some sleep.
Well, maybe I do. I also realized that since I stopped, I really something I don't do. I never drink water, and like you're supposed to drink 6 cups of water a day. I only drink Starbucks, and I think of it. Well, it's an iced coffee. There's water in it. That counts, right? It does count, right? A little.
It does. It does a little bit, but yeah, I'm the same way. I barely drink any water. I try to half a glass in the morning and like some at night, but I'm the worst.
So I started drinking water. I have this case of water, and I'm like, all right, I might force myself to drink water. I drink like 14 bottles of water in like 4 hours.
Wow. Heck yeah. So your body's just catching up on all this stuff that it hasn't had the last few months, water and sleep and
Right.
not having a boner for a couple hours at a time.
Well, how I noticed that I was very dehydrated is my gums are inflated right now. Like they're supposed to be like filled with water and tissue and stuff, and they're just like empty. And I noticed, yeah.
Wow. Iron Patriot, do you ever drink?
Not when I'm working.
There you go.
If you can give me a little bit of a bud to go home, that'd be nice.
I'm pretty sure the Iron Patriot just asked me for pot.
It's a good man.
Fuck yeah, I have some, alright.
I feel a lot of love in this room right now.
I need a cigarette so bad. All right, let's get the show going.
I'm a little disappointed that you decided to quit smoking on the day of my podcast. Like it's strategic. Like I could be irritable for this one. I mean, you work so hard every day of the week. Why does mine have to be the one where your foot's about to shake off of the rest of your leg? I love it. I'm excited. You guys ready to meet our guests tonight? Put your hands together. 2 of the funnier friends that I have in the world. I'll just bring them up one at a time. First, one of my really good friends, very funny man, is a regular here at the Comedy Store, one of the fastest rising talents. You may have heard him on the WTF podcast with Mark Maron. He has his own podcast called Let There Be Talk. Put your hands together for my pal, Deep Del Ray, everybody. He's here. One of the nicest guys in the business. Always has nothing but nice things to say about everybody. That's why I think he'll be a fun, hopefully good cop to my bad cop at times when I have to be. And then I'm so lucky to have my second guest here tonight. She is my one and only writing partner, one of the funniest human beings I know, somebody who I trust when I'm running stuff, the only writing partner that I have. She writes with me on Comedy Central's The Burn. She was just on Chelsea lately. Greg Ferguson got called over to the couch. It's Sarah Tiana, everybody. Another quick, fast-rising LA comedy talent.
Thank you, Tony.
2 of my favorite people.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, as always, I went down to the front patio and 40 comedians were signing up earlier for the open mic in a different room at a different time in which they get 3 minutes if they're picked. People sign up for mine. We're going to do it a little bit differently this week. Normally, the first 15 that sign up just get up right away and that's it. What we're doing tonight is a random pickup of bucket lottery.
Random.
Yeah, so this segment, instead of tag it or faggot, it's going to be bucket or fuck it.
Yeah.
And
That sounds sweet.
hell
So
yeah.
it's normally tag it or faggot?
Right.
Okay.
Well, sometimes with faggot with a PH, by the way.
Yeah. And then we changed it to bag it. Today I was kicked out of a webcam room for using the word retard because I didn't know the girl that was fingering herself had a retarded brother.
Oh. Was it retard with a PH though?
Yes.
So you went no cigarettes, no boner pills, no drink, but you're calling the girl on your webcam a retard?
No, I said I would like to take you to Olive Garden and have sex with you in the bathroom. And she's like, that would be fun, but how would we do it? And I was like, I could act like your retarded brother. I could go to the bathroom with you. And then she got pissed off and said her brother was a retard.
Well, then that's accurate, and it's a true story.
Yeah.
If she's doing a webcam,
Twin brothers.
she's doing a webcam, live webcam, she'd probably be the kind of girl that would want to get fucked by her retarded brother in an Olive Garden.
So hilarious. She's offended by that.
I would rather
get fucked at the Olive Garden.
I would rather get fucked by her retarded brother than Red Man.
Getting fucked with the smell of garlic in the air in a public restroom sounds great, but you better not call my retarded brother a retarded brother.
Sir.
How dare you?
No offense, Red Man.
Special needs. It does sound funnier anyway.
How often does that pickup line work in those chat rooms?
I have a thing now. I have this stupid addiction that I'll probably never do anything with it, where I screen capture myself inside of like Weber, like sex cam rooms, right?
Yeah.
And then while everyone else is like, "Oh, you're so hot," I'll just be like inserting images of Olive Garden food and just being like, "I would love to take you to the Olive Garden," and stuff like that. And I record the reactions of what they say, and sometimes they're like laughing their ass off while they're trying to, fuck themselves.
Yeah.
Other times they just ban me or shit like that. But I want to take all those videos and put it into like an hour movie.
That's good.
An hour movie.
I used to just try to say the rudest shit to get them off, like off the line. So I'd be like, "Oh, I want to eat your shit," and they'd be like, "Out." That got them every time.
Right. But
Wait, you would heckle their chat room?
Yeah.
Oh,
I would just get on there, right, and just say stuff like, "I want your turd to be like the Statue of Liberty. I want to grab it and hold it up like a fire."
Then what if they stay on?
They never do. Not on turd stuff.
Are you sure
They're
it's
out.
what you're saying?
Yeah. They're out on turd stuff.
You know what I do? I just I don't log on to those things.
just have sex.
That's my.
Well, you got to get with it.
What do you use anything when you masturbate, Sarah? I know that you're you're from the South. You're a very, very good girl. You like to have your fun. I mean, you're a real woman. There's a lot of chemicals and stuff going on in there. You're very powerful. It takes a lot to run an entire enterprise. Like Sarah runs herself as like a business. The schedule's packed. Always, she's
trying to build an empire here.
These two are two of the hardest working people, and I know a lot of people in this city, and that term gets thrown around a lot, hardest working people in Hollywood. This is truly, and I didn't really even think about it until right now, you guys are two of the hardest hustlers.
Can I say something about me before we
Oh,
start?
yes. Thanks, Iron Patriot.
Thanks for stopping his compliments towards me,
He's
really.
definitely got something about that shit
You
stuff.
have the timing of a green goblin there.
This has something to do with what you're talking about. I listened to Dean on the Mark Maron podcast today.
Wow, you did?
One DJ for the Rolling Stones.
That's right.
He said one time Mick Jagger was impressed he had a rare bootleg of Bob Marley from his last show, and Mick Jagger gave him a thumbs up.
Yeah, that's true. But
Here's a
Thumbs up from
recap
Mick
from a
Jagger.
different podcast.
yeah, thanks for pumping that one. Come on.
Thumbs up from Mick Jagger, huh? Oh, you're gonna get an applause break from Kiss sometimes?
Yeah, fuck, I'm just blowing
A
up.
golf clap.
So fun.
That's cool. Thanks for listening.
It's an interesting life. I just thought I would.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, man.
Definitely. I've heard a lot of great about that
Yeah,
interview.
that's good. It's fun. It was a time in my life, no joke. I could do Mark Maron's podcast. It's like,
In the
fuck.
garage, right?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
It's
Did you
pretty.
get nervous beforehand? Like,
I never told this story, and I'll tell this story on here because
great.
it's pretty fucking funny.
I've always wondered what it would be like because I thought about, I sort of have an idea of the layout. I know Mark. I mean,
Yeah. Well, a couple days before, I'd done a show in San Diego, and I was riding home in the middle of the night, and I hit a pothole on my bike and smashed my balls completely. Like, oh! And over a couple days, it got worse and worse. So I went to the
Is it
hospital.
like cooked garlic? Like, when you push it on like a cracker?
This just felt like fucking fire. Like my balls were on fire the whole time. I didn't know what was wrong. I thought I had ball cancer or something. So I go to the doctor, and they go, well, we're going to check
is this
you.
during the podcast? Or
2 days before the podcast, they give me these pills. So I'm on these pills doing the podcast. And so when I left, I didn't even remember the podcast at all until I listened to it. And I was like, wow, we made it. I was pretty loaded on
You said,
How are your
thought you
balls
got-
now? What did they diagnose that
They were
as?
good, thank God. They just said you have smashed balls.
Wow.
But I thought I had testicular cancer, and this is for you guys out here. If your balls ever hurt, if they hurt, testicular cancer doesn't hurt.
Right.
So you don't have that.
Yeah.
And there's a weird thing that was going on. It was a hot Asian girl that was sonaring my balls. So as she was sonaring my balls, she said, what do you do? And I said, I'm a comedian. She's like, oh, do you know Chris D'Elia?
Oh, there
Why
you
my
go.
balls were in her hand. So it was like a strange threesome going on. She was like, can you introduce me to him? I'm like, my balls are in your hand. So that was weird.
If I don't die of
That's
ball
true,
cancer,
though.
I can introduce
What
you.
kind of etiquette do they got?
That's horrible etiquette.
It's just what a tease that they would use an Asian girl as the ball rubber.
I know.
That's
That's
just
just Kaiser.
the least happy ending possible.
I need to crush my balls ASAP, Rocky.
Yeah, but I felt like I was at one of Red Band's rub mat places.
Yeah, don't even bring that up. My favorite place closed down last week.
Oh, it did? Which
Oh
one?
no, now you have to quit that too.
Place in Lancashire.
Oh my god.
Was it an Olive Garden restaurant?
You're gonna feel so much better, Redman, now that you quit drinking and when you quit smoking. Like you'll probably have way better sex.
Did
You
they?
think so?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
impossible.
It really is. No.
I need to buy a tarp for my bed then.
You probably should buy a bed that's not on the floor.
I have a $4,000 bed. I'll put my bed up against your bed. I spend more money on my bed than anything else.
That makes sense.
You sleep 12 hours a day.
No, you sleep 12 hours.
Right. So that's
Most
half
of
of your
us
life.
sleep 6 to 8.
Oh, I
That's so funny.
Me too.
Fuck.
Oh
It's
my
easier
god.
not to smoke when you're sleeping
Spent
at night.
so much money on your bed, but you wear
You're in your
pretty
bed. I
t-shirts.
don't. I have this thing where like I go to girls' houses and they have like a fucking $200 bed. It's like a queen or something like that. And you wake up the next day and you want to shoot people because you're in so much pain. And I was like, why do you have such a shitty bed? She goes, what? It's nice for me. Like, look, you're in bed almost half your life. Why wouldn't you spend as much money as a car, but you're only in for what, 30 minutes a day?
Well, so when you have sex with girls, you have sex with them in their bed.
Yeah.
That's shocking. I would never imagine that.
Why? Where? Ground?
I don't know.
Alley?
Olive Garden is like what you led with, so I don't imagine you in bed with a lady.
No.
What a hater, right? Jesus Christ.
You're so moody right now.
What's going on with you? You were on a date a couple weeks ago. You still with that dude?
On a date,
Remember, you
which
said it was going good. I don't know. You guys went some.
Oh, she must have had the herpy talk.
what's that?
How'd the date go?
Which, I went on,
Which one?
yeah, I've been on a few lately.
The white one.
Yeah, they're all white.
Oh, yeah. She's from the South.
Would you ever go on a date with the Iron Patriot?
You just told me to stop. Thank you. I like unlimited breadsticks.
How does that knock it off?
Do I like bananas?
What the fuck does that mean?
Oh
I don't
my
know.
god. Alright. What do you guys say we start the what's it called?
Comedy?
Bucket or bucket?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, everyone. This is exciting. So we're picking out about a bucket. Comedians get to do 1 minute of whatever they want, and then we give notes or say whatever we want, how we feel about it in any way, shape, or form.
I know.
To get some live feedback. Okay. Starting it off. Put your hands together for Scout Durwood, everybody.
Scout.
Kicking it off. Scout Durwood. It's a chick. Whoa, it's a lady.
Oh, she's putting her hair up.
Wow.
Getting snow. Getting serious. Cool. Well, I don't want to brag, but I'll take just a second to do that. Happen to be a lady who dates ladies, big homosexual, and usually gets an applause break, which I think we earn it because we have to march for marriage equality, just like so early in the morning. Like every march, it's like 8 a.m. And I don't know how much you guys know about the gays. It's overcalled the gays, but if it's too early for brunch, we're pretty much not signed up for it. For the men and for the ladies, like 8 a.m. We definitely have softball practice then. Yeah, and he was like, oh, it must be hard to be gay. And it's like, no, you just go to college. Pretty much come out gay. Remember the own set of struggles I was driving with my mom. We were lost, and she was like, go straight. And I was like, stop telling me how to live my life. Woman. And then I did get beat up in a hate crime, though. Which is, who would do that? I'm so pretty.
All right, that's the full minute.
Wow.
Scout
That was-
Durwood.
Is that the sound that makes it stuff?
That's when you know it's been a minute, when you hear the kitty meow.
Oh, it's a cat meowing?
I think so.
I thought it was like, oh.
Oh, yeah. Something
What
like
does
that.
that sound like to you?
I don't know. I thought it was like a rooster clucking or something. Or a chicken clucking.
The chicken fucking.
Oh, I think you could do whatever you
No, you
want.
stay here.
there.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
Fuck yeah. First of all,
Scout.
what do you guys think about the lesbian? Are you really a lesbian?
see, I wouldn't give it a
Goddamn.
applause break because you're very beautiful. I would actually boo this.
My girlfriend's real pretty.
That's
Oh, your
true.
girlfriend's really
That's
pretty.
usually the opposite. I mean, you're kind of hot. Usually you would go like for a trucker or something, right?
She's the #1 female quarterback in the world. Wow.
Oh, that's huge in the lesbian.
Can you Google her real quick?
That's like that's fucking
Do you play the
top
center
shelf.
ever?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Not in Hurley. I thought it was pretty good. There was some, I laughed out loud once. I think you could do some more specific stuff for
Yeah,
sure. Like when
definitely.
you say
Like
college,
talking about the top female quarterback that
Yeah.
you dated.
That'd be great.
but also when
Yeah.
you say go to college, like you should name the specific college that you went to. You just need to paint a picture a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe make it more story-like, like actually real life, like instead of like at college, like you're saying, kind of like explain, like I went to college, it was a really nice, kind of paint a picture for everyone.
Yeah.
Did you find out did you come out of the closet when you were in college or before?
When I was 19,
So wait, you were in college.
I was in college, but I didn't sleep. I slept with a man once in Belize when I was 24.
Whoa.
Wow. So you
So
Just to make sure.
Yeah.
you've never slept with an American?
Now I have, but that's
Well,
that
an
happened
American
way
man,
later.
I mean.
Yeah, that happened way later.
You've done a few things.
When I moved from New York to LA, I did sleep with some guy. I went through a breakup, and I say that it's because the men in Los Angeles look so much like the lesbians in New York. That's great.
That's a good joke.
Yeah, that's a good joke. That's in there. What was the first joke you said? The one about take a moment. The March joke, the marriage. Oh yeah, the March. That's new. See, I just don't understand. I never feel like gay people sleep late.
Yeah, me neither. They seem more efficient than
Yeah.
straight people.
Well, they're popped up, ready to fuck.
But it is a fun misdirect to set up for the softball thing.
But also, when you say March, I think of the month as well. Oh, right. Like rally, maybe. Yeah.
Parade.
Protest. Parade, protest. I think it's different than a parade.
Yeah.
Well, they have
That's
those,
great.
a lot of those too. You could probably say both. Protest.
Well, maybe you should tell us the difference between a rally and a parade and a march. That could be a funny joke.
Yeah, and definitely something about the top quarterback. I mean, that's
I
ridiculous.
play the ukulele, and she's actually, her day job is as a ukulele, like rock and roller. So we're like two lesbians with ukuleles.
That's awesome.
Wow.
You ever need a human-like vibrator in the bedroom one
Chicks
time?
love musicians. That's what it is.
Right, I'm just going to try to convert you one more time.
Yeah.
No, you can just use me as like a vibrator.
Chicks love musicians, right?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's adorable. Anyway, put your hands together for Scout Durwood, everybody. There you go. Good. That's a tag it.
Yeah. I feel like there's a joke with her name and being a lesbian too, like
Definitely.
Scouts.
My
Scouts
name is Scout, but yeah, I'm Scouting for girls.
Scout for girls.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Or Boy Scout, right?
Anti-boys Scout.
Not exactly. No Boy Scout.
Dean, you ever hook up with a girl because they said that you look like a lesbian?
I
You
would.
could be like a bitchy one.
Yeah, it's funny because I was just in San Francisco and there's lesbians that look like me.
I'm such a butchy
It's just
lesbian.
like, good show. And I'm like, whoa.
That's hilarious.
And it's true. Steve.
You should go up to cute lesbian chicks and say, I'm such a, after your shows, you go, I'm such a butch lesbian that I have a penis.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the real deal.
That is, you are about as butch of a lesbian as it gets.
Well, I was trying to figure it out. If you're going for a full-blown butch, just go dude. Right? I mean, why go rubber?
I got distracted just now by Red Man smoking 3 e-cigarettes at one time. I was wondering what kind of alien light show is going on to my left.
Because there's just one more thing on stage that he can't have. That's why.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Fuck yeah, let's keep it moving. Your next comedian talking about weight loss. Hormoz Rashidi, everybody. Hormoz Rashidi. It's an inside. That means it's time for Jerron Horton. Here he is. A regular. I've seen him here before. Jerron Horton is back for another minute on the road. Hi, Jerron.
Hey, what's up? From Georgia. There we go. I miss the racism out in Georgia, you know? Out here it's too subtle. Like every time a white man says, thanks, brother, like I assume he means, hey, you're black, but I'm okay with it. No, I come from a long line of racists. My grandma, she's German, you know, immigrated here from Germany and everything. She's racist, but she's supportive, you know? Black people, everyone, shit, how's it go? Sorry, it's not good. She's racist, but she's supportive. Maybe if black people, don't meow, please. Maybe if black people pull their pants up, everyone always think they were stealing. And maybe if Mexicans just learn how to pronounce the letter J, maybe they can get a real job. And you know, Jews can be more trustworthy if they just, never mind. Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry, I fucked that up.
Is that, when you said never mind, is that part of the joke?
That was the joke, yeah.
Oh.
That was the
Because you don't want to say anything bad about Jews.
No, the main punchline about
She's German.
Because she's German, she doesn't,
Oh, that's right. I forgot about it.
yeah, she's German. I was just, it didn't flow because I fucked the joke up.
Fuck yeah.
But,
I mean, it feels like if she's gonna say, if she is gonna say, am I supposed to be giving like?
Yeah.
If she's gonna say Mexicans can pronounce the word, to me, I think that Germans can't pronounce things. So if she's saying all of this with an accent,
yeah.
you know what I mean? And then the last thing she says is like, maybe
Well, see, with that joke, like when I tried it,
it's a Mexican.
even though I've been around my grandma for my whole life, I can't do a German accent.
Okay.
Can you try her for a second?
So I want say that again. Das ist gut. Das ist gut.
Well, you gotta say something else.
Well, what's that?
Mexicans pronounce the letter J. Is that right?
That was your regular voice. Here's my German
The
Mexican.
Sam Tripoli approach to accents just louder.
Yeah, I can't do accents.
Kick-ass accents, yeah.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Let's
that's
say
okay,
you're a
no.
white guy, because the black guys always have the white guy.
I mean, I can't really do it because I'm so light skinned. It doesn't really work for me. But yeah.
What do you mean you can't do it because you're light skinned? What does
Like
that
it
do?
doesn't. I can't sell it. Like they think.
I think he already sounds like
when I do it, like I think that like yeah,
that's
exactly.
what he's saying. That's what
Right.
I thought. I'm not saying that you sound like you. You don't sound like
white person or a black person. You sound like
Wait, talk
wrong.
Tony.
That's sort of a funny joke. Like I even sound light skinned.
Yeah, that is good.
I sound lighter than black.
I sound like
I don't sound
I
white.
sound
Sound
lighter than
like
black.
it's
Maybe
great.
I don't sound white, but
What
I definitely
sucks when
sound
you
light.
call people? You know, right? If you want to be gangster, you're like, hey man, I'm coming by.
Oh no,
Instead of like,
I don't
yo,
want.
motherfucker.
No, I don't want to be gangster. No, gangsters get killed.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
don't want to be.
What do you want
That's
to
a
do?
great
What do I
premise.
want to be?
Yeah.
I want to be a
Comedian.
comedian. I want to be successful. I ain't got to be the richest, but I just want to be comfortable.
Yeah.
There you
You know
go.
what I'm saying?
I think it's so important to talk about real things and like if that's really how your grandmother is,
Yeah.
you need to dig deeper into that. You know, like I need to know more about her. I mean, I'm sure you probably have more about her.
Yes,
You just have the
I
1
definitely
minute,
do. I
but like,
definitely do have more about it.
yeah, I mean, 'cause that's a really interesting dynamic. Like, hey, like if growing up with a German grandmother and she's white,
Yes.
okay,
How long have you been doing comedy?
I've been doing comedy for 3 years.
3 years. What's going to be funnier is if you just ditch the standard Mexican, black,
yeah,
and that's it. Just get rid of that and start telling us about you and your grandma, whatever. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter about the race or anything.
Yeah.
Find some funny stuff in there because you don't want to sound like the 30 dudes you're going on around
Yeah.
that are doing that same stuff.
With the way I know because it didn't flow too well, but like the way that I was kind of wanting it to go was like, yeah, like show her the main punchline was the about Jews. Like she can say that black people can be better if they do this, Mexican people can be better if they do that, but Jews can't be better.
there's no way they could be better. But that's just a fact.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, we're looking for the
I
joke
think.
Work on it. Hopefully we'll see it next week.
I do, but I think if you already have stuff about your grandmother that can work and fit in there.
Okay.
But it could be a this and that. Like normal grandmothers say this, and my grandmother always said
And there's
this.
definitely a joke in sounding light skin.
Yeah,
that can be all yours.
I will.
I don't-
John Horton, everybody.
There you go.
There
Great
you go.
job, Jerron. I'm a little biased towards him because he's from Georgia. He's one of my favorite people.
You're so biased.
I'm so biased.
You're like you're more biased than what's it?
Mel
Bell. All right, coming up next. Oh, we know this guy. He hangs out at the Comedy Store a lot. Put your hands together for the lucky Eric Oligny. And here he is, everybody. This guy loves smoking pot behind the Comedy Store.
Well, I always get in these relationships these days where people are asking for the dick pic. I try to send it. I get in the tub and I actually like lay it out and I make it look nice. I look at the picture though and I realize I look like a corpse in a morgue. I then try to put it on Instagram. You know, I try to put it to headbait because we all know that shit makes everything look more alive. I found something out about this though. On your Android, it'll make you feel better about yourself. When you send that picture through, it'll say picture too large, compress it.
There you go. He's only gracing us with about 35 seconds. You want to do another 20 seconds?
Yeah, I smoke a lot of weed, like you said, and I get really emotional when I'm watching television now. I cried to Kitchen Nightmares the other night. But the thing is, I cried to this one commercial, the Viagra commercial, the guy's driving in the desert, and I realized, oh my God, he has a broke down car and a limp dick.
His car breaks down in the desert? In the commercial?
Yeah. His car with the guys on.
That's pretty funny. It's pretty
Yeah,
funny.
that's
I like
right.
that.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Viagra.
Maybe on the Instagram joke, say that whatever you said, the high eight or whatever it's called.
Cafe?
Cafe.
Yeah.
Maybe say cafe filter.
Filter.
Cafe
Yeah,
I
you
know,
the word
what are you
filter.
talking about?
Okay, yeah.
Because I don't even know, and I use Instagram like so many times. I just go, ooh. It's
I also don't believe that women request dick pics from you.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, that's kind of like where the
You gotta make that
starts.
You gotta say your
Exactly where I
friend.
was about to go. I mean,
You gotta say your friend.
Change it to my friend. Or
right, yeah, you have to make it one specific thing. Like, I'm in these relationships these days, and all these girls are asking me for dick pics. It just seems a little bit over the top.
the truth about the joke.
I mean, we're all seeing what you look like right now. Like, I don't know if you think it's an audio-only live show.
That's been my biggest problem with that joke, is finding how to introduce it.
Like, oh, there you go. Definitely not like that.
Well, do you take?
Note on that.
But do you take dick
Make it
pics?
one instance.
No, I actually did. That's how I came up with the joke. Some girl did ask me for it.
Okay.
Because what also makes it crazy is you say, all they want are all these dick pics, and I do the right thing. I lay in a bathtub. Like, that's a punchline. That's not a setup.
Yeah, I think the joke is like,
The dick?
I
You don't know.
started meeting. I met a girl recently, and she asked me for a dick pic, and it's the first time that's ever happened to me.
Right.
So I didn't know what to do, so I tried all these different scenarios out,
I drew one.
and then I just took a picture of my friend Tony's dick and sent it to her. You know?
Yeah, you were out borrowing dicks.
Yeah, which is a borrowing dicks.
Yeah.
This is all. You better listen to this podcast and take all these notes.
Listen.
This is a
He's
major.
here.
This is a major antagonism going on.
That's
right
good right there.
I have 2 fake dick pics on my phone that I send out randomly to my friends.
now. Are they both black?
No. They're very. I tried to find one that looks very, almost 100% accurate. I even have one that looks like the same curtains that I have in my bed.
Yeah.
You can also just say, I took a picture of my friend's dick, and she was like, wow, you're really tan. Or something, you know, like something.
Yeah.
I just worry though if I die and somebody finds my phone, they're gonna think like, "Whoa, Brian likes sticks."
I sell stuff on Craigslist, and I get like asshole scammers all the time. And I found the ugliest like man in like a riverbed naked from the 70s. I just googled dick pic, and this one came up. So whenever they send me spam, I send it back like, "How about this?" and it always ends the spam right away. But recently, a guy was like, "It's on." And this guy's dick is bad. It's all furry. It looks like a thumb.
Are you sure this didn't happen in the chat room you were in?
No, this is Craigslist, which is like a chat room.
Did you ever actually send a dick pic? Like, did any of this really? Did you actually lay in a bathtub with your penis? Was there water in it? There's water. So there's water in the bathtub.
Yeah, I gotta keep the reason.
And you're in the bathtub and you're holding the phone. Oh, you get your face in it too, like that? Is that what you just did?
Never put your face
Oh,
in
you put your
it.
face?
Look at guy. The one thing I'm going.
By the way, can you send us this picture right now?
No, I need to see
Let's
this.
review that set.
Let me explain why you never do that, man. Because as an example, when I'm looking at backpages.com for escorts, they always have all their faces blurred out or they're cut out. All you do is you take that picture and put it in a Google image search, and then you can find out what their Facebook page is and their real name. So, yeah, there's a tip for you guys. So in the future, somebody's going to be able to just take your dick pic and be able to Google image search it and find out exactly who you are. Like your mom.
It's true. Do you not have a shower? Like, do you take baths a lot?
Yeah.
Is that a thing that you do?
I lay down in the shower. Yeah. That's like
You lay down in the shower?
Vagina pic.
Oh my god.
With the blood going into the...
It relaxes. I did it when I was in the army. And I like kept it going. Baths in the army? No, I didn't do baths. I had a shower getting. Oh, I got it.
Yeah, we must have a nice shower.
I mean, I only hear about that like in the Sandusky files, crying in the bottom of the shower.
Those people are laying on their backs.
So did you send the pic?
Aww.
Yeah, but yeah. And what did she say? Like sweet dick or what
But
happened?
also, like when you put your face in it, it's like it changes. It shows how big your head is compared to how big your
Other head is.
Oh, so you're saying it's a more
Did you
adequate.
take it from like the cock and like there's this giant cock and you're just in the background
It's like you're peeking, you're spying on a cock.
just looking at it like, oh, how far can I get this? That's crazy. Do you have the picture? Yeah, I would do that. I would take all that front end stuff we did, make it a 1K scenario, and use that compression thing, I guess, at the end too. And there you go. There he goes.
Great job,
There
Aaron.
he goes.
How that guy does not get a role as an extra in Breaking Bad, I have no idea.
I mean, my God, I've never seen anybody that looks like they do meth more than him. Okay, let's keep it flying, shall we? Here we go. It's the one and only Jonathan Turnblood. Oh, shit. Shenanigans.
Tumbling. Oh.
Alright, last summer I ran into a roommate crisis. I was about to get evicted, and I had to call upon a friend who is gay. And I tell my parents, I'm thinking about moving in with Tristan, because gay people are always good at paying rent. So I assumed. He was like, I don't know if I trust that, son. And I'm like, why not, Dad? He was like, well, what if one day you come out the shower, you dripping with water and shit, and he just comes up and takes it, son? And I'm like, Dad, I'm pretty sure you shouldn't be worried about me living with gay people. You should be more concerned about me living with a fucking rapist, man. And then he was like, no, son. Southern men, like country-ass Southern men, always assume they know the answer to everything. And he was like, your Uncle Tony moved in with his friends, and he caught the gay, son. That's how he caught it. And I'm like, Dad, I'm pretty sure Uncle Tony was already gay, but asking me to call him Tina, I was fine.
Fuck yeah, there he is. Jonathan Tumbling. Fuck yeah. All the gay people in everybody's jokes are always named Tony. Anyone notice that? I can name 5 comedians that all have a gay Tony. It gets me to wonder, am I the gay Tony that they're talking
But
about?
also, like, the award that gay people are trying to win is a Tony.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Fuck yeah.
Wow.
They like that word.
Comes a
Smart
joke. I was thinking earlier when I was sucking this guy's dick, there's no way I could be gay, but anyway.
I like the second half.
I did like the second half. The first half, it's like, when you say, when you get out of the shower, he can just take it. What does your dad say?
Comes up.
If he comes up and takes it. The first thing I thought of was your rent and not your sexual facilities. You're like, well, or that could be a fun misdirect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're saying, like, if he comes up and takes it, like,
Dad, you mean my rent?
you mean my rent?
Takes
Or
the turn.
something like that, to where that it's like just some sort of misdirect, so that it's not.
And when you get to the rapist part, have more of a pause and really focus on that joke. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Is there like a more specific term for rapist? Like an example?
Did you really have a gay roommate? Would you notice anything different with having a gay roommate than with having a straight roommate, like in the past?
Maybe taste different.
Jesus.
No, nothing extreme like the house is working.
The house is clean. Also, Tina and Tony, that seems weird to me. It seems like it should be Tanya.
Sounds like a murder mystery restaurant.
Tony and
My
Tina.
Uncle Tony, like, he does that.
He's Tina, that's his name. Oh, because it's like a Tina Turner thing.
Well, Tony and Tina's wedding is a big thing too. That's like a famous something.
Yeah, but I think it's got probably more to do with Tina Turner,
Tony
right?
and Tina's wedding is like a huge, I think, Broadway thing.
He does drag queen Tina Turner stuff. Yeah, but that's also the thing. Like, if you're gonna say he's been asking you to call him Tina since he was a kid, and then you need to paint a picture of Tina Turner so that we can even get a bigger picture. Like,
He used to call me Ike. I call him Tina.
yeah, totally. So that we know what Tina you're talking. This is like, I'm always telling people, like, if you can't paint a picture, if you can paint a picture, the audience will go with you, and they're with you no matter what. And so, the more specific you are, you never want to say car, you want to say Oldsmobile. You never want to say tree, you want to say oak. You want to tell us the color of the car. And then it also makes an audience feel smart, too. Like, if they're like imagining it, and then they go on the road on that tour with you, and then all of a sudden they're a step ahead of you, but they're still going to laugh because they feel smart for knowing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So,
Boom. You just got tagged. That's John Horton. Wait, no, not John Horton. I'm sorry. Jonathan. Oh, come on. That's not even racist. John Horton's so much whiter than me. It's just a whole different race.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what? We haven't been
how
talking
you say your last name?
Now the Iron Patron.
Tomblin? Tomblin.
I think it takes a lot of courage to get up on stage like this, and I'm proud of everybody tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Gotta
for
love
sure.
our head of security.
This seems like a more professional episode. Like, we really seem to be having people out instead of tearing them apart.
Yeah, we're pretty dialed in.
They all flirted with the sun. They gotta go a little farther and they'll be there.
all the talk with the talk about the Tony and the gay and the Jonathan reminds me of this past weekend I was down at the La Jolla Comedy Store with Jeff Ross. We had a lot of fun. And
Jeff Ross from The Bird?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is there another one?
The Roastmaster General is the other one.
Okay.
Biggest dick in the industry, I heard.
What's that?
He's the biggest dick in the industry, I heard.
Yeah,
I was just trying to add a compliment.
But I was talking to the house piano player at the La Jolla Comedy Store who's been there for like 20 years. He's like a real Scooby-Doo-Boo-Boo doobity. Like
that's the oldies.
And he told me a street joke that I love so much that I want to share it with you guys. I just heard this for the first time on Saturday. He's like really like hippity hoppity. What's up, man? Good to see you. Welcome back. Good to have you. So like he goes, all right. So this guy dies and goes to hell, and the devil's like, hey, why do you look so sad, man? It's gonna be great here. You're gonna have so much fun. The guy's like, what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, on Mondays it's all you can eat, anything you want, everything you can eat. You're gonna be fine. You're not gonna gain a pound. You wake up the next day, you're fine. Tuesday, it's all you can drink. Drink all you want. You're going to get drunk. You're going to have so much fun with no negative consequences. Wednesday, it's all you can gamble. You can gamble all your money away. You're going to wake up the next day with all your money back. He goes, Thursday, all you can do drugs. Man, you can shoot heroin. You can smoke pot. You won't overdose. Everything's going to be fine. Friday, are you gay? The guy's like, no. He goes, oh, you're going to hate Friday. I thought it was so funny. I mean, it was just me and him on a sidewalk. He tells me that joke. I ran down the block. I love it. Anyway.
If you have an experience making Tony laugh, it's the most fun thing in the world.
Oh, yeah. I really get into it.
He really celebrates the
I was talking about my mom. I was talking with my mom earlier about it, actually. She saw a video that I posted on YouTube or whatever, and she goes, there's this one part, it killed me, you know, because it was just like me, where you laugh, you look at the camera, you laugh, and you slap your knee, and it's like, yeah, I realized that I really got that from her. She's a really crazy, hard laugher, and she just cackles. She was at our Death Squad shows, and I mean, in a room of 500 people, you can hear her just dying, everybody and everything. She just loves comedy. Yeah, she clucks like a chicken.
There's nothing better than a good laugh, right?
Oh, no, I love it. Yeah,
like when Bill Burr comes in and you just fucking die, right? You just like, wow.
You mean when you follow him?
No, I mean, saying you laugh so fucking hard, you know what I mean?
No.
It really is. He's a freaking. And watching Bill Burr, it just makes me sort of think like, oh my God, what am I trying to do?
Yeah.
There's like very few comedians in which they're so good it actually sort of like reverse inspires me. I'm like, ugh. I have 20 years of every thought being comedy before I can. Sometimes he just makes it look so easy. I once told him that. I go, man, you make it look like it's so easy. And he goes, there's nothing easy about it.
Yeah.
I work extremely hard all the time.
Yeah.
It's nothing natural. He just thinks about it. He wants to be the best. That's amazing. All right, here's another comedian for you, Matt Spinelli. Yeah. Holy shit, that's an Italian last name. Matt Spinelli? You motherfuckers. Sons of bitches. How dare you? How dare you?
You should put those in like a ban list. Where they
Oh,
can't go,
yeah,
you know what
you're
I mean? And we also should not, like, if you go last week, you probably can't go 3 weeks in a row or something like that.
Right. That's true. We need to get some organization.
Yeah,
Josh, listening to that?
Different notes every time, right?
Yeah, it's
Different
totally
people
different.
giving different notes.
Put your hands together for Andrew Evans. Son of a bitch. You can't even fucking. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Some real.
Is this Andrew? Are you Andrew?
No, that's the cook.
Oh. I can't see it start.
Here we go. Talking about Eskimo pussy. It's Anthony Bublet.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the mom. Oh my God.
I was walking down the street and in Hollywood, and I walked up on the Mexican and saw a fucking ice cream, and I was like, hey man, can we smash all my teeth? And he heard me say it, and I fucking like smashed all over my face. Like, so bad. It's so bad. All I did was like, hey, this shit, like, fucking, my son's son. Fuck, dude. Give me some ice, man. I see. That's no pussy. That's the I don't know if that joke is a punchline. Boston ice cream, Tony. All right.
It's the new
It's
GT.
bumps in the
It's a childhood favorite thing of mine to equate pussy with ice cream.
Well, and then
You and LL Cool J have something in common. We met.
I can honestly say that's the worst shit I've heard all night.
You know, to go with the outfit.
Yeah, you have met shorts
Honestly,
on
like,
it.
the outfit better than the joke. The outfit can be used in another way.
Anthony, it's not great when all the guests are arguing over what's worse, your joke or your clothes.
I'm wearing 2 days in a row.
What?
2 days in a row.
I'm telling you.
We went up 2 days in a row. You're wearing it 2 days in a row?
Basically.
What do you mean, basically?
I'm not taking a shower until Friday.
Are you really a comedian or are you just fucking around? Yeah, you're fucking around.
I don't think it was my words.
Wait a second. I want to hear what the Iron Patriot has to say.
There wasn't any preparation with this act.
Thank you, Mr. H.
Mr. Patriot, I love it.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, sir.
Perhaps the worst of all time. That's number one.
The highest, what is it, bucket, faggot?
Oh yeah, there's no PH in that one.
Yeah.
What the heck? I don't know what his name was called.
Yeah, exactly. At least he was here, I guess.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
No.
Yeah, take a shower.
Yeah, seriously. What's the point?
Go to Popeye's Chicken and get those little handy wipes. Get 20 of them.
Why wasn't he?
Is that the number that works?
I don't know.
I can tell it's about 20.
Normally we would have asked why he's not taking a shower until Friday, but we had to get him out of here. When the Iron Patriots roast you, that means it's done.
The Iron Patriot felt that he had disrespected the stage hard.
Right? It's true.
I don't like the respect because you guys are giving a good criticism for professional comedians, and he comes up here with no preparation.
Well, I did call him a pussy outside for not signing up, so I guess I take some credit. I signed up after I called him a pussy for not signing up. I will admit that. But you're not in the band pile. You're with the possible returning guests. Hopefully, maybe some better preparation, like the Iron Patriot said, and we'll get you back up here.
Take a fucking shower.
Yeah, definitely that. Because your jokes are insane. Put your hands together for Timmy Day, everybody. There he is. Oh, yeah.
All right. Anybody got a favorite Disney character? Tron? No? Everybody? The guy from Tron? Awesome. Mine's the father dog from 101 Dalmatians. I feel like you have to be able to release a lot of jizz in order to have 101 babies come out of your girlfriend at one time. Also, this is what I like to call bullshit on this film because I don't think that could ever happen. I think that half of those babies probably would have been stillborn. They probably would have been stored in the garbage, and when Coil the Bill showed up and was like, I want to take all these puppies, and I'd been like, sure, fucking take this bag full of dead puppies that we have. Everyone would have been sad. I don't think the mom dog would have wanted to keep them. He should have been like, I don't want 100 more people sucking on my titties for the next couple months. Like, that's going to hurt really bad. What else? That's about it.
But yeah. A lot of people would say that 101 Dalmatians joke. Some people would say too soon.
I just watched it with my niece like a month ago. She made me watch it.
Well, I think that's the funnier part.
Right.
Because I feel like it's the obvious joke is saying that like who would want 101, but if you take it the other way, like my niece made me watch this movie and I realized what a miracle it was, and then you're saying it with the sarcastic undertone. You know what I mean? So it's not so graphic and dark. If you take it the other way, then that's a harder joke to write. Right now it seems too easy. It's, yeah.
And I would open it by owning the topic, not saying, does anybody out there have a favorite Disney character? Yeah. Now what? Best case scenario, what do you think?
My niece does. Like, I don't know if you guys have a favorite Disney character. My new favorite Disney character is the death
dog. You know, and then it's also like maybe you can get into stuff about like adoption and like how like there's such a huge problem with getting a pet spayed or neutered. You know what I mean? But like there's a big problem. Like everybody wants to adopt a dog or rescue one, but nobody wants to rescue 100 people.
Yeah, there's definitely got to be something about like Bob Barker in there.
Yeah, and it's like
Bob Barker.
I think. Yeah.
Bob Barker didn't have a gray hair on his head until he saw 101 Dalmatians. He's the neuter guy, everybody.
Yeah.
All right.
I think also like the
sons of bitches.
sarcastic part can be about how what a miracle it is, you know, and then like describing like, you know, how a dog having 101 puppies is like ridiculous, but also like, you know, the disastrous part is like how are we gonna like if you think about this realistically, like Disney I think it should be more about Disney setting us up for ignorant expectations.
Yeah.
I think more people would be on your side if it's anti-Disney as opposed to just about like some disgusting dog that had 100 big puppies.
I was really just going for like, wow, that must have been like a lot of kids. Yeah, I went for that's what I was out for me. I really focused more on that than still walk at.
No.
I think that's what the odds. I think if you look it up, it's like 2 out of every 6 puppies. Right. Yeah, it's like 400 Dalmatians that are probably dead. Yeah.
Out of 101? 101
live.
But that's the thing though, it's not a lot of gifs because all we hear about is how there's like a million sperm in one little thing. So now you're going and you're saying that like, so really it's like her eggs, it's really the woman that's the miracle. I'm just saying like you're whenever every guy has a joke about killing a million babies when I swallow or whatever, and girls have that joke too. So I'm saying if you're going to go the other way with it and say that that's a lot of jizz, and
you're saying like lots of them could have just been a normal sperm.
yeah.
I love it. The Petri.
Well, the Optimum is a normal sperm, but she had, you know, she had.
I think if you're going 101 Dalmatians jokes, I think it's important to make sure that it's a big, long bit if you're going to commit to it.
Yeah.
So I'd say stretch it out on all fronts. All that stuff, all those references.
Yeah, because that's not like a one-liner.
I think it's smart.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting.
I'll strap them.
There might be something in the.
I don't think you should scrap it at all.
Yeah, not at all.
I think you should erase it
Yeah.
because I don't know any jokes about 101 Dalmatians, and I think Disney movies are a terrible like expectation like this.
Right.
And also the reason
Everybody knows the only type of animal that can have 101 babies is a Mexican one.
Wow, there's like great. Yeah.
What was your name again?
Sammy.
Pretty single dog, you guys. I'm single. I had some weird things happen lately. Recently, I've been getting turned down more than I introduced myself. Weird. I was playing basketball with my roommate the other day, and he was like, "Yo, man, I bet you want to play with Meg." I'm like, "Oh, who's Meg?" He goes, "Who's better?" She said, "No." Like, what blows me out is like, he must have shown her my Facebook profile picture, which is my headshot. So she said, like, you know, what would be best case scenario? And she kind of like looks me out. He's like, "Don't worry, dude, stay confident." I'm like, "Stay confident?" I was like, she just turned out a photo of me that's digitally altered to make me look as best as I can. My fucking next headshot's gonna be one from my own gun. Like, I'm not fucking anymore. This one's an O. That's true though, son. Fuck, that's about it. I don't wanna.
Yeah, there you go.
Very talented boys on stage.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing it?
Like 2.5 years.
What do you think of the Iron Patriot?
Great guy right here.
Yeah.
He's
Where'd
working
you
hard.
move from?
Connecticut?
Did you do stand up there?
No, I just started on here.
Okay. It seems like you've been doing it for
How long again?
2.5 years.
Oh.
yeah. It's clear that you have some experience with it, but I think that go ahead. What are you gonna say?
The
Something?
only only part I lose is the headshot
Yeah.
at the end. I think the rest is actually a pretty smart premise that I
It's
don't
really
think
smart,
heard.
but I don't think that you should even bring up headshot because immediately, if people aren't from
I
LA,
realize it's very industry.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
and I don't think you need it because I think whenever people take a Facebook photo, it's always best case scenario,
Yeah.
no matter what.
Okay, cool.
You know, and like, so you can make it about a picture that you took of yourself, you know,
Right,
that,
maybe in the bathtub with your penis in the
With
background.
my
or it's like a glamour shot, or it's something that, you know, someone took of you. It can be any other scenario that everybody in the, you know, flyover states would understand too.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking, not everybody understands. Like,
Yeah, when
I
you're
told my
in
mom like
Reno.
headshot, she's like, headshot?
Yeah. I also think you have to just get to it faster. Like, because you talk about how you're getting to, like, that first line that you say where you're getting turned down more than your, what is it say?
More than I introduced myself.
Yeah. To the
What up, Miss
example,
Aquarius?
like,
Okay.
here's an example.
Like
Yeah.
rock and roll.
And you can also
Are you ready?
No, more of like a rap. Kinda.
Yeah.
I do listen to rock. I don't.
Are you, Miss Aquarius, can you hear me? Oh, one moment. One moment.
I listened to the one that he did on SNL.
Can you hear me?
Actually, I thought that was pretty badass, but I heard a few, like the first track on some, it got ripped, and I wasn't too proud of it.
There's a point in one of his songs where he's like, "Bitch, where's my croissant? Give me my croissant."
I feel like he's running out of shit to
Yeah,
say.
he's talking about croissants.
He's never had anything to say.
Strategic.
Why does anybody think he's running
I
out?
went to Paris to write it, so I guess he was inspired by that croissant. You know,
Oh, well,
so
look at
he
that.
is taking his surroundings into play.
Step up from bald porno star stripper girl.
That's the last
Paris.
album.
Wish you would have
Fuck
stayed
yeah.
there.
Weren't you, do you wear that vest a lot?
I try not a lot. I don't want to overdo it, but big vest fan.
I like that.
I think they're new.
You don't like it?
Well, you know, I'm a big believer that you save the best for last. You know, unnecessary, dude, really. Settle down.
Thank you.
Miss Aquarius.
Kick you off this podcast.
I do appreciate you guys saying kind things. It's funny, like an hour before this, as I was running it out, I got fired over the phone. So
Oh.
you guys making my night. Appreciate all.
Wow.
You're just jokes.
I was an architect. I was gonna say sex worker. Fucked up.
Well, you're still an architect. You just don't
Still
work
am.
for
I
it.
just I'm just on vacation for like a few.
Was it a big
That
architect?
could be a godsend, actually. Maybe you just start comedy hard.
It's true.
Hopefully.
Miss Aquarius.
Unemployment, and you get all jokes every fucking day.
Miss Aquarius. No way. Still nothing. Okay, are you ready for me? How was your day, madam? Same. Yes, ma'am. Alrighty. Hold on, we gotta do a countdown for Stacy's wedding. It is 14 days until Stacy's wedding. Hey, that seem accurate? It's 2 weeks from. What'd you say? What'd you say, Miss Aquarius? Uh-oh. Can you hear me? It's 2 weeks from tomorrow, right? Yes, ma'am. Uh-oh. Yes, ma'am. Just one moment. Can you hear me? Miss Aquarius. Can you hear me? Thank you. All right, we'll have to see. Maybe I have to make some device changes. That might have to happen. All right, Mr. Clear's got 9. No doubt. Yay. That's great. Can you hear me? I might have to restart my device. We shall see. Get it. Give me it. I'm gonna turn on my other device and see if I can hear the difference. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Get it. Go, go, go. Oh, I got the one. Got it. Get this. That's bad. You win, I win. I win, you. Yes, that's right, man. All right, reload. Give me it. All but 2. Now, one of the most difficult. Oh, get out of here with that. That's garbage, Miss Aquarius. That's garbage. Look at this. Straight down the middle. Give me this. Are you serious? Oh. How didn't you get more? Get it. Terrible. I did not mean for that to happen. This one's easy. Nope. Miss Aquarius. Show them how it's done. Show the folks how it's done. All right, folks, if you're watching at home, this is guaranteed. She's got it. No doubt. Got it. Garbage. But I easily have these two. No. No, Miss Aquarius. I win, you win. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. He and I are gonna. Yes, ma'am. He and I have plans to watch a movie. Yay! What up, Mike 45? That's all right. Sweet dreams, Mr. Grace, God willing.
Democrats are calling on Congressman Eric Swalwell to drop out of California's governor's race after sexual misconduct allegations. And families across LA are preparing for buses, foreclosures next week as LAUSD faces extreme rallies and requests for the back. Just have the right talk back, Michael, and free for radio requests, contests, or just to say hi. Get your voice on here. Radio app and try now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Turn up the TV and play it on live.
rapping, singing, doing a bunch of random crap to get a rise out of them, and a little thing we like to call, you rapping about me? This has been embarrassing for all involved. I ain't even looking, but I can tell you go involved. You look at me, we are not the same. Let me go on Amazon and order you some Rogaine. I bet you don't remember the day you mentioned Dream. You can dress like Joseph in the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Don't get up just yet, you need to stay put. I'll take you home, girl. Don't you know I'll lay good? Boy. You know I get so aroused when I see you wearing that orange blouse. I gotta know, do you got a man? If you do this, he got a 5-year plan. Cause you know I do. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm sitting down like I just don't care. Next to a lady with some braided hair. Yeah, she's shining, girl. It's more than a glint. I'm attracted to that floral print. Or is his heart? I might just fart, but I gotta hold it in. If I'm about to win, don't walk away. Just when I'm starting to play. Girl, you know you packing junk in the trunk. Don't you want this white boy funk? I hope you don't get up and leave with the quickness. I'll tell you right now, I like girls thickness. I like a girl with an ass fat. You can record me and put this on Snapchat. I can get your girl even if I'm not trying. Cause you take that girl to Popeyes, I'm not lying. The girl looks at me, I know she's partial. Where'd you get that? Lame.
Eminem's rap on that. Yeah, it's like, oh.
There they go. Happy stadiums and shady smiths. Let's they go. Academia, they go scholastic. You make them move like bozos. He's wondering if you should spit this slow. Fuck, no, go. We know the work they do, they directly impact positively the lives of our students. We have to balance that with being good fiscal stewards of the resources that our taxpayers give us.
What is this one? Sure, tell motherfuckers.
times before this, the day after I was meeting him, legitimate, you see, like, not the socialist, commie fake, they cooked up just to push people on that communist, socialist thing, but it's just, it's diabolical. Think about 7,000 houses burned down. All those people are eligible to be honest, just ceases their vote. As their house burned down, of course they are. And it's 5-second research that they did this knowing that it was totally false, just to get that out there. Because I have so much momentum, because I am the candidate for change. I know people on the streets about common sense. I'm the one who wants to enforce the law. They don't want this. They want their own little mob dominant, so they're going to push ideas as hard as they can, but they don't realize everyone pushing in party walking the streets of LA is not a bitch. As smart as it is a sweet, people say, oh, no, we don't want a communist, we don't want a socialist, we want a taxpayer who wants accountability and transparency for all the money that we are spending to live in a city that has turned into a hellscape. I saw the articles on X. I saw the article. I didn't think about it before the article actually came out. What could this be about? So watch your video. I kind of believe that this must be about the presidency, about some things going on in Santa Barbara for obvious reasons, and some artists must be active that is even eligible. But legitimate news source, news source in Los Angeles to do what I thought initially that makes sense. Let's find out how Spencer Pratt, the candidate for mayor, is doing living in Santa Barbara and in the aftermath of this tragic fire that took place. To tailor the article, I thought it was quite ridiculous. I say that as a journalist, because as you know, the search firms that are so eligible to go there to run the office, why didn't you talk to them that you were included in the article and find out their notes instead? Because I knew the journalist was already and sometimes I gotta be a politician now, so I did nice work. I knew he is obsessed with your Robin. Once he started messaging my mom, my sisters, my dad's office, kept texting me this, my doxing. He wants the exact address of my kids are sleeping nowhere. It's a very heightened landscape of my kids knowing their kids are sleeping here. And I knew what was coming. I said, see, first off, let's be clear. I have been actively posting and talking about for 15 months how my house was burned down and we had to get veterans in the school. We got the news. In Santa Barbara, this is not a secret. I talk about it every week. I talk about the I talk about the struggles of rebuilding and then I can't rebuild until I win the lawsuit against the Avenue State Park, LADWT, and Karen Bass. I can't rebuild until I get that money from the case, which I will. Landing the money. I'm going to build a beautiful house. It's going to be great, but everybody knows this. So the idea that this was so actually created is diabolical. It's just to try to put people in their head. You can't run again. It's just that weird messaging that you're trying to influence the election. That's why I reached out with the owner of LA Times and said, listen, you are literally trying to make an election right now. So you should probably talk to your editorial board and deep dive this. This wasn't a post. This wasn't any editorial. So this was new. Because you want a correction. I want a apology. So it's really what the mayor of Los Angeles is doing right now. Let's just talk to me a little bit about that lawsuit, which you mentioned we have a timeline of that. But you think that may be settled and you might be able to put foundation down and start rebuilding? Absolutely. I know for a fact that right now Karen Bass is $1,700 an hour outside legal counsel that she's using to stall the settlement because she knows that it's coming. And she wants to get reelected before people find out how much she's cost the city the ban by her failures of being confident of the payroll. No benefit. So in my expertise, my knowledge, they settled and if they were to say that they want to go to court, the information we now have on discovery, let me tell you, the city
That's true.
And you can go from building houses to being homeless.
Oh yeah.
Math like that.
Yeah, there's got to be a bunch of jokes about getting fired from being. I didn't even know you could get fired from being an architect.
Yeah, well,
I think that
What they do? Just call you and tell you that
it was the boss's wife, and she's like, we're just getting rid of the junior positions. And she's like, but we're going to send you emails so you can still come to the functions at the office. I go, yeah, that'll be fucking great. Like, hey guys, remember me? I'm the kid that clean shit, and then you guys got fired. So,
oh my god! But you
anyone?
Susan's birthday party.
Who the fuck says that? Like, hey, you're fired, but you can still come to the Christmas party,
right? Like, or just like any function they have.
Yeah.
It's like,
oh, we're not gonna have a
It's
present.
like a chick saying, I dumped you, but you can watch me fuck other people.
That's good.
but you come dressed as a homeless person. Or just you go to the Christmas party, like fucking just like dirt all over your face, pee stain. And you rent a child from somebody for, like, child all this.
just have a syringe hanging from your arm.
Or you go the opposite way and come dressed in a tux and a limo.
Oh yeah.
I got a
Hot chick on
sorry.
it. Like we don't have time to stay. We have to go to a premiere.
Right. Yeah. I was able to fit in time to make it to this party that you invited me to if I have nothing else going on. But now I have to go because I'm busy.
You know what I would do is just constantly tweet her number. Because that is the rudest thing you can say. You're fired, but you can still party with us.
Yeah. Keep tweeting her phone number until you have no followers left.
Yeah, right. Or
there he goes, Maddie Chumboy. There he goes. Fuck yeah. It's all happening, people. Oh wow, what a special treat. Gabe Killian, everybody. Here he is, the great Gabe Killian. Wow. Holy
I knew a girl who died. And, every once in a while, I remember having sex with her, and I get a little creeped out. I guess it's okay though. I mean, she was only dead a couple hours at the time. I used to be a racist. Now I'm just a guy black people used to beat up. Went down on a Japanese chick. Got mercury poisoning. I caught one of my best buddies fucking a guy. I couldn't believe it. Shit, I almost fell off the ladder jacking off. Just got back from a short film festival. I was disappointed to find out that short film is not the politically correct term for midget porn. I'm pretty good at it. I snatched an old lady's purse. She only had $12 in it, but the spinning back fist I knocked her out with, totally fucking worth it. I'm pretty good at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, unless the guy I'm fighting knows Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Fuck yeah, Gabe Kelly. Wow. He's real fire. He's a one-liner surgeon over here, right? Fire. That's amazing.
I think you got to work on your volume though a little bit.
Definitely.
You know?
I had you almost turned up all the way to the max.
I mean, your jokes are good, so don't be nervous. I mean, of course, it's fucking weird, but you get up there, and if you hit those with mad confidence and volume, it's going to go off really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because right now it sounds like you're doing dark poetry in a bookshop.
But it's also like Steve, what's his name?
Stephen Wright. But that's different, though. You know what I mean? It's like you don't ever want to do that because that's immediately what people are going to say.
Right.
If you do one, yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Stephen Wright.
No. I also,
Yeah.
Brent Middlecombe.
Yeah.
Gabe Kelly.
How many? Quick question for you. You're a one-liner comic. How long did it take you to write those? What were those? Like 6 jokes?
How long did each of them take?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think because, like, to get a half hour together is a long time, right?
yeah.
I don't spend much time on it. Well, some of them takes months, some of them just a few seconds.
Yeah.
Right.
What was the one about the purse?
That's
I
what
snatched an old lady's purse. Wait, how did that go?
I snatched an old lady's purse. She only had $12 in it, but the spinning back fist I knocked her out with, that was totally worth it.
But the spinning back fish, it's a move?
Spinning back fist.
Back fist. I thought you said spinning back fish. So I was like imagining you with hitting her with a fish.
You know what would be good is if you have a lot of these things to actually to put them all together and make them all spins. You know what I mean? Like if you have like 7 of these can be like 7 tags if you can find a way to put those 7 things
But
together.
I also don't think that you should do, well, yeah, that's good. But I think that joke is flawed in that you're hitting an old lady. Like, you already took her purse.
Yeah.
So the joke should be whatever you find in there was totally worth it. You know, like something that
I got off on hitting her, not on money.
Yeah. You got to do a spinning. I get it. It's, you know, it's pretty sweet to do a spinning back.
Yeah. And you know what I think? With that said, I think I would tag it with those exact words.
Yeah.
Basically saying,
because spinning back fists are awesome.
yeah.
And, you know, and then maybe we can go into it more. Like,
I've been practicing for years.
because that really paints the picture of what you're spelling out, which is that you always wanted to land a spinning back fist on somebody, and an elderly old lady is the only person you could land it on.
Yeah, so I think that's the joke, though.
Yeah.
To start with the old lady is, like, to say, like, I finally nailed a spinning back fist. It's a move I've been perfecting for years.
Finally.
I totally knocked the old lady out, but the $12 in her purse was worth it, or whatever.
Yeah.
what do you think? Iron Patriot?
Iron Patriot is not into beating old ladies.
We're learning a valuable lesson tonight that comedy is very difficult. Professionals make it look easy, but it's not easy.
Yeah,
It's a really good point, Patriot.
that's right.
Insightful.
I think you're learning that tonight, by the way.
Proof by the Patriot, right?
Have you ever had any STDs, Iron Patriot?
Not any I can name right now. Me too, Barrel.
Oh.
Shit. Well, I think,
Yes.
Stone crab.
Well, either he had crabs or he thinks that you can order crabs here at the comedy.
Hard shell crabs.
We don't have seafood.
How long have you been doing comedy? 2 years.
2 years.
I've been writing for over a decade. I just didn't have the balls to go on stage till a couple years ago.
And do you go on every night?
No, man. I just do open mics, mostly shitty ones in front of 2 comics. Pretty much for the past few months.
But I mean, you can get on every night because that's going to improve your confidence on stage, right?
Yeah, I try. I can't find that many good mics, though.
Right. Well, your jokes are good, man. There's some good stuff in there.
Yeah, I think you just have to learn like the misdirect a little bit more. But that's good.
Yep.
I like I mean, that's just kind of my what I like. But yeah.
There he goes, Gabe.
Yeah, obviously your jokes. What I'm saying is your jokes are smart. Don't undersell yourself.
Yeah, he's really good. It's really hard to have one-liners that are somewhat original.
But those are good for like late night, even if like you can't do a half hour. Doing late night, they want a joke every 15 to 30 seconds when you do late night. So those are perfect for that kind of stuff.
So get your best 27 jokes together and you'll be able to do this.
I saw you try to do math really quick in your head. Glorious.
Kyle Henson.
Yeah.
There he is.
Hi guys, thank you. I want to find out how Mitt Romney found out that he lost the election. Like, someone had to have told him. Wouldn't it be awesome if Maury told him? Like, come back from commercial break, Maury pulls out the manila folder, looks over at Mitt, in the case of the 2012 election. Mr. Romney? No? Are not the president. Mitt freaks out, runs behind stage, like, Maury's got the camera crew, it's like, come on, don't touch me, Maury's trying to hold back Rock's like, the central presidency, what you know about me, Chris? Say something, the central presidency backup. Pardon me. Oh, that's right, you can't pardon me because you're a president. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Pearl Rock. Oh, to the Bible. You elected me because I killed Osama. Thank you, Osama.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to have to say no to that.
Yeah, that's a bag for sure.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's on the nose.
Well, obviously.
As soon as he says, I thought Maury was going to, I immediately started thinking, all right, you are not the president.
I don't
and this
think
is
it
still
has
20
to be.
seconds
I don't think
away.
it has to be as specific as it is.
It could be somebody else. Just
I like the joke actually. I think it's clever, and that but I think it needs to be set up differently. As in, like, I don't like politics. It's really boring. I would prefer to watch it if like Maury told us who was president instead of Wolf Blitzer. And then like in the case of Mitt Romney is like, you are not the president, but you are the father to 18 kids.
Right.
That would be good. You have a spin-off, yeah. But you do have herpes.
Yeah.
Fucking Mitt
No, like it
Romney's
just makes it.
fuck.
And maybe it's not Maury. Maybe it's whoever is like. It's somebody else, but
The problem is the election is well over.
Yeah.
But he can use that for the next one.
You might as well be writing 101 Dalmatians.
But I think it can be for the next election, whoever. I understand
It's
that.
like I got a Christmas joke right there 2 weeks before.
Yeah. I think it's a good one. It can sound more topical than it is around election time. And I think it can be used then, but I don't think it's a complete bagger.
Right.
Because I think you're acting it out is really funny, and Barack's dance made me laugh out loud.
And rhyming Obama and Osama, you don't want to do that because Pauly Shore already did that. And, he has a rap song out called Obama Killed Osama.
And he kind of owns this place.
He owns this place, and he definitely owns that song.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't even need that,
Yeah.
I don't think you need it. I think it's an interesting perspective because I think it's a shared perspective in that politics does get really boring.
Well, you can use it on all kinds of elections, like the mayor election that just happened. That's even better because no one even fucking knew that was happening.
Yeah.
And so you didn't know till you tuned into more and you're like, oh, this is sweet. They actually fucking tell you who wins on this. Which made the mayor election, you want to watch it next year. Well,
Mama wants change. Brother already asking for money.
What's that from?
That's one of the jokes I did like 3-4 years ago. 5 years ago.
Wow.
I was gonna say you and a bunch of people.
Yeah.
So it wasn't brother either. I just.
Oh.
Yeah, talking about Maury in the elections, it's like it just seems too late to be trying to make jokes like that too much better. I'd look ahead to the future, maybe have more something. I'd iron it out. You know what I mean?
But I think it's a back pocket
I'm
joke.
just talking about your shirt.
It's a great back. I think it's a great back pocket joke.
Yeah. Here, to get ironed out or cheer if you're running out, take it like a small towel, make it really wet, and just wipe your body straight with it till your whole shirt's wet. And then when you get out of your car from wherever you're driving, it'll be ironed.
It's true. Anything is better than that.
That's good.
Well, thank you.
But I also think that this is like a good lesson in that, like, not every joke you have to throw away. Like, some jokes you don't use all the time, and then, like, somebody in the audience might say something, and you want to have a lot of back pocket triggered jokes that just come out whenever somebody brings them up.
Right.
So that's one of those, I think.
That's right. Like my Christmas joke, if there's a guy that looks like Santa in the crowd, I'll whip it out.
Or something happens.
Wait, a joke out?
Yeah. Take the Santa like, hey, Santa.
Hey, I don't know. Maybe you're taking pictures.
What?
There goes Kyle
What's
Henson.
up,
Just flying through them tonight.
Yeah, it's good.
Zach James is next. You guys are assholes.
Out.
You gotta be kidding me. Can you believe the disrespect, Iron Patriot?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's back this up before we go any further. The guy that did pretty well is texting during the show. Oh, yeah.
There you go. Saved it.
All right, just checking. We don't want to clown the other guys. Right?
Heck yeah.
That was a guitar riff for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Damian Spencer. Crazy because we've been too nice on this one, and this is the first time ever where people aren't showing up. We're just writing great shit up here, assholes.
Let's bring up Amy. If somebody doesn't make the next one, we'll bring up
Definitely. Put your hands together for. Actually, let's just bring up Amy now. I'll put this back in. We can go backwards again. We're going forward. Amy Hawthorne, big time friend of the comedy scene.
Hey guys. So I just turned 34. Thank you. Which you could probably tell from this outfit I purchased at Kohl's, the store for your mom and your high school English teacher. I figured out I was 34 the other day because I woke up and my legs were sore from sleeping. I'd done nothing besides that the day before. Also, my brain is changing, and they don't warn you about this. They say, women reach their sexual peak at 35 and guys at 18. But they neglect to tell you that through your 30s, your brain just becomes a teenage voice. Like, in the 30 seconds I've been up here, I've had at least 3 thoughts about sex. I'm a professional, didn't share them with you guys yet, but I just think, thank God women don't get visible erections. Because if they did, people would definitely know I was not paying attention in the sales meeting. Or else they think I had some kind of a weird fetish for Excel spreadsheets, and that's also not good. If they did, there would have been lady boner corsets, and those would have been terrible. But what would be worse is now, because we have cleavage, you've got to show your thong, you've got side boob, if we got visible erections, that whole Britney Spears thing would have been high fashion. And we'd all be expected, oh, that's too old, isn't it? Nobody's showing their pussy anymore out of the limos. But anyway, lady boner corsets, guys.
There you go. It's a great premise.
Absolutely.
The boobs. I'd immediately lose the waking up with your legs being sore because you're getting older. You know what I mean? It always makes me laugh. But I've heard a couple different versions from other comedians that are longer, and they drew them out. They're full 5-minute bits about how their neck hurt from doing nothing. You know what I mean?
I think it just needs to be more specific. My instant thing was instead of sleeping, it needs to be something specific that's kind of loserish.
Maybe you're dreaming about going to Kohl's. You're walking around looking for a sale.
My legs are sore, from searching for a parking space at Kohl's.
Or maybe your legs are sore because you played a softball game, and you're getting old because you didn't even get in the game. Like you were on the bench.
My legs are sore from.
I did. I was.
Well, what about my legs are sore from like
softball.
kicking the recliner thing in?
That's fun.
It's just like one. That's one of those exercises.
That's really funny. Yeah, absolutely. I like that.
I do 3 of those a week, man. I'm like, I might be up to jazzercise level. I don't know. You know, I think it's great. Like self-deprecating is like so important. And also I was gonna say, like when you say, I'm glad that women are like we reach our sexual peak. I've thought about sex 3 times since I've been up here. And that's mostly just because of this guy, or like you can point, you can involve the audience, right?
Yeah, the Iron Patriot, you could have just looked at him and said he reminded you of a sweet dildo.
Yeah.
Or you can say, like, if you don't want to make it about someone in the audience, you're like, that's just because I have a piece of pizza waiting for me in the back, you know? Like, whatever it is, you know, off stage. That
And the lady boner thing, I think that's a fantastic premise. And, you know, you could get into maybe how the clothes aren't designed for it, like wearing a dress. You know, you can't really hide a boner in a dress. It would just stick out.
I also think it gets a little confusing because
I guess so.
I think the picture that you're painting is confusing. Like, for me, I'm like, wait, you have a boner and you're a lady.
Right.
This is confusing. Like, I think I need to know, like, what, like, if there's something, if you turned, like, a different color when you were, if women were around,
well, also
color.
Lady boners could be other things like jewelry. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like a lady boner. Actually, there are lady boners. It's something different, like a handbag. That's a lady boner.
I only think that's what makes them aroused, but that's not what shows.
Yeah. Squirting?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is maybe it pops out, like, you know, they break out their lady boner.
Like a rib just pops out. It's like a steel cage for you to put all your jewelry.
The question is what would the boner look
like? Right, that's what I say. Like, if she changed
like
color.
A handbag? You know?
Well, I mean, that's kind of the idea of where I'm going.
It needs to be
right
visible.
now, there is nothing visible, but what if it was?
Right.
Maybe I'm just not getting it.
No, but you know, that's why I'm saying I don't think it should be the obvious of like your nipples getting hard or like whatever. No, I think it should be like like what if a lady boner was like changing.
Right.
Your face turns purple.
Right.
You know? Like,
obvious boner shit. Like your fucking eyeball falls out.
Yeah.
Just gross stuff where the dude doesn't want to fuck.
Yeah.
And you've got an obvious lady boner with your eyeball out. Dude's like, bummer.
I want to see your boobs.
Huh?
I want to see your boobies.
It's probably a good joke, and like you know, you know, the only thing when a woman's turned on, the only thing that gets hard is. You know, like
the only thing that goes up is her blood pressure, or the only thing that goes up.
The only thing that gets hard is like whatever a woman thing would be. That's why I'm trying to like alley-oop it to you. I'm like, I got this set up, Sarah. Spike it. Like I'm saying, instead of it being hard, it would be like a challenge. I'm saying flip the word hard.
Right.
Instead all this, like, the only thing that gets hard on a woman is life. Math. No.
Just like age is the only thing that's hard on a woman.
Sun.
The sun, you know, dark eyes.
The only thing that's hard on a woman.
Anal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's good, Red Band. Whenever a woman is aroused,
say the word
she
anal.
feels like a penis is going into her butt.
Oh my God. We'll never have sex.
Yeah.
That's the case.
Wow.
I have.
You need a cigarette.
No, I don't. I need my face in those boobs.
Yeah. We agree. Patriot, will you push Red Band's face into those boobs real quick?
Yes.
Patriot.
No, you're not going to let us do that.
Oh, come on. Wow. Rub your boners together. Do you feel a boner on her, Red Band?
I can feel the areolas on each side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
those boobs.
Well, that's definitely a tag it. There you go, Amy Hawthorne. Big time tag it. Everybody that's been on the show tonight, by the way, you should tweet positively and hashtag it's Kill Tony now, right?
Kill Tony.
I was gonna say Hinchcliffe.
That might turn into like somebody wanting like an open micer that wants to kill you, though.
I can handle it.
Yeah, well, that's not just open micers, that's paid regulars, too.
As long as it doesn't look like a suicide, my mom will be happy. Put your hands together for Taylor Dean. Tim Tebow of the open mic.
Hi. All right. Tim Tebow. Patriots.
Patriots.
He plays for the Patriots. I am Patriot. Yeah, he does. He was. He was playing for the Patriots. Anywho, sorry I didn't cut you off. I have a minute. I did my Barack Obama impression. I know. Last was it 2 weeks ago, Tony? And you said I needed to write a joke. So I went ahead and wrote a joke, and the topic is carbon dating. And I'm not funny, but here it is. Tony's kind of, here's a joke. You're so old that on your birthday cake they use carbon dating instead of candles, right? Because it's used for fossils. No, Josh? Josh doesn't like it. No, yeah, that was the audible side. Okay, well that's that.
Wow, I've heard of a one-liner before, but they normally don't do just one-liner.
1 minute one-liner.
Wow. Seems like you have perhaps some confidence issues, Taylor, that maybe we need to talk about.
Hold on, let's ask.
Do you really want to do comedy, or is that you don't really want to do comedy?
Well, I was trying to make the joke funny in the sense that I was trying to make the joke funny. If you know what I mean? It was.
I
was trying to be ironic in that the joke was so bad it might be funny, but it just turned out really bad. Wait, you know, these can't all be winners.
No, they can't.
Oh yeah, we know.
So you came with one joke.
Some of them can be, but we can create winners from them.
So you came out with one joke and you tried to stretch it out for a full minute. I noticed you did crowd work on the Iron Patriot in the beginning.
Were you addressing me?
Oh, he definitely was. He put the microphone.
I'm sorry, can you see him there?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
Taylor, let's keep this on you, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were addressing me. It kind of shocked me when were you talking to me or?
I was looking at you.
Well, that's cool. That's cool. You addressed me. I wasn't sure about that.
Oh, we're talking to Taylor now, though.
Yeah. Okay.
I love the Iron Man Robert De Niro combo. Him saying, "You talking to me?"
I actually have a Robert De Niro impression.
Okay, so you just do it right.
That's what everybody does when they do
It'd
it.
be like a surfer Robert De Niro. You see that wave? That's my wave.
It's getting worse. Nice.
Oh man, that's great.
My favorite thing was Sarah straight up went to him and went, so you really don't want to do comedy, right?
But I just want, like, I'm not going to give notes to somebody that's just fucking around.
No, I know. I mean, one-liner. I mean, that's Iron Patriot. What did you think about that? He put you on the spot. What do you think?
I don't know. The delivery wasn't very good. Most of the people tonight have had good delivery, and the problem has been with the writing. You should learn something from delivery tonight. We've seen some pretty good delivery from the comedians tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
Just like, when you guys talk about how'd you get over that hump with the writing? Did you start writing?
Everybody,
Yeah.
stop what you're doing. Guess who has bestowed their time and their presence before us? The one, the only, Riser. How you living, pimp? Right. I agree with you. I'm in 100% in agreement with you. I'm going to restart my device, and then I'm going to talk to you in depth about Bob Lazar. Is that okay? No, it'll fuck up. Don't worry. Don't you worry. It'll fuck up. All right. Well, you tell me if it's an issue. No, it's going to suck, but it's going to suck. All right, are you ready though? So I watched the Bob Lazar documentary again, this time to pick up on anything that I missed, and a few things. $80 million, I don't believe that. There's just no way, unless they paid Bob $72 million to do this. I don't know how they get $80 million. I understand that they spent a lot of time with Blender, and I thought the Blender shots or whatever were excellent. What I felt it was too dark, and they did a poor job. I would say not even a good job, a poor job of mapping it out. What they should have done is take a map of the United States zoom in to Nevada, zoom in to north of Las Vegas, and then show where Area 51 is and show exactly where S4 is supposed to be, and then show where the mountain is. They showed some angles that were upside down, and it was like, that's not how the map is. That's not where the location is. It was more for cinematic purposes, I felt, but it was confusing. Like, if you really want to know where this place is, they should have shown the same as for Papoose Lake. They should have shown the same for Indian Springs, all of that. It should have, and they should have shown like, hey, this is where Bob and John Lear and Gene Huff and Tracy. This is where they were in the rented car the first time. This is where they were in the RV the second time. They should have shown that like on a map, and they should have said like this is where they got caught by the highway patrol or whatever. Okay, but no big deal. I didn't pay as much attention to it the first time in terms of the actual what was described as the amplifier and the other thing, the big thing that they turned, and just like how simple the system is and how it might not even be gravity. That's just what we call it, though I think it's probably accurate. It caused me to write a couple of papers, actually 3 papers, on just topics that I find absolutely fascinating that they mention that are phrases that aren't even really used that often. And I'm going to just tell you what the phrases are that inspired me. Okay, so the first one is Zeta Reticuli in scientific and cultural context. So I'm obsessed with this place. It's 39 light years away. That's another thing I would have shown. I would have been like, Earth's here, and this is where Zeta Reticuli is. Like, instead of just talking about it, I would have been like, this is where Betty and Barney Hill said they were. This is like, that's not a hard thing. If you're gonna do all this Blender stuff about the inside of some warehouse, like, show me where we are in the cosmic map. Thought that would have been helpful. I don't know what you're saying makes complete. I agree. It's like, okay, if it's that simple, then wouldn't have this been? I mean, so you're telling me the only thing you need is this element 115, and then like basically a trash can and like a little box, and then all of a sudden it's gonna like create its own force field. I get what you're saying. The thing is, Bob did not see what was inside, and that and like they talk about the previous guy who was there in Bob's position who died by like trying to cut into the thing. I don't know why you'd cut into it when it's on. That to me seems like something like you could create like a even just like an old school robot to like maybe just like have like a really long stick with like a chainsaw on the end or something. But uh, I don't. Yeah, and then it was very interesting to me that they were like, all right, there's like the Delta wave, which allows you to travel far distances, and the Omicron wave, which allows you to like be close distances. and they were talking about like they took one of the emitters out and it still worked. It was like when you clip a bird's wing. It's like if I take my computer right now, any one of the computers that I have, and even if I just take out one little part of that, the whole thing doesn't work. It's done. It's like it needs every single wire. It needs everything needs to work perfectly. It's not like I could just remove one third of the battery and then all of a sudden it's gonna still work. It just to me it was fascinating that it worked. They could still take it up. Another thing that was really weird to me when they talked about looking at it in the desert, why does it light up really bright or really brightly? Like why does it do that? It doesn't have to do that. There aren't lights on it that say that it has to do that. That was kind of interesting to me. No, that's different. I mean, if you remember when they were watching it rise over the mountains, it was super bright. And then it flew towards them and it was really bright. It was so bright that they like had to shield their eyes. And then it just all of a sudden turned off and it was gone. Do you remember them saying that? Totally. I'm in agreement. I'll use your airplane example. Like let's say an airplane has sometimes two or four engines. I guess it's like if you remove one of them, the airplane still works. It just doesn't go as far or whatever as efficiently. So maybe that's what it was like with the what's it called? The thing that starts with an E. The thing that emitter. Thank you. So maybe that's what it's like. But just from what I know about like electronics, like if you like there are circuits, and if you remove anything with that, you have an open circuit, and then it doesn't work. With these guys, it worked really well. It was like it was literally like Legos. Like they could take it apart really easily. And it wasn't like, oh, we have to use a butylene torch or whatever to remove this stuff. It was like, no, we're just going to take off one of these emitters and put it in this warehouse, and then we're going to have this like this amplifier. And I mean, how would you even? I guess you just through trial and error, but like figure like, okay, by just rotating this thing by 20%, like what happens if you do it like 25%, 30%, 40%? What if you do a whole, what if you spin it like a barrel? Like what happens? It's just there weren't answers to that. Um okay, so another thing, well you said you had something else, so go ahead. I agree. That was all a mystery. I I don't know where you're getting the joystick. Yes, but yes, exactly. But that wasn't the joystick. That was the thing that basically gave it power. Like when you took that big stick, I know what you're talking about now, and it went over that half basketball thing, that half globe, that gave it power. That like turned it on. But it wasn't like a, I know what you're saying. It did not seem that way. There was no control. Yeah, there's been two hypotheses that I've heard about this. One is there's the top level that we still don't know what it was. I wish they would have talked about like there were stairs to go up there, or uh, like how do you get up to the third level, or the top level. So they talk about that could have been um, for guidance or something. That's cool. Uh, I don't know. I think it's done. I think it's done telepathically. A lot of their stuff is. It seems like the three beings just sit there and can drive the thing with just their minds. Perhaps. Well, here's another question that arose. He said that they were in there, and it. So if I were doing this, the first thing I would do is we need to show a blueprint of like each level. Like instead, they made it really dark. You couldn't really see what was going on in there. I mean, I stopped it. I rewatched it a few times. That part in particular. Um, I would say that there were no bathrooms on board. There was no kitchen on board. There were no beds on board. There were literally just these three chairs and this half basketball thing and this stick. That's it. And then this like hole in the floor with the beehive shaped. We'll talk about that in a second. They didn't do that. And I understand might not have like remembered it all or whatever, but how did you get to the top level? Do you is it like a fire pole that stick in the middle? Do you go up it? Like no, that doesn't seem like it's true. But they didn't go into any of that. Now, what was always fascinating to me, and this I've got to say, like I've been trying to picture what Bob has been mentioning in my mind for 20 years, and I've never been able to do it until yesterday. So there were some understandings that I had that were just wrong. Uh, like I thought when you walked into the place that the hangers were on the right side, not the left side, but they're on the left side, not the right side. I didn't know it was so long. I didn't realize those hangers were so big. I always thought it was more like a garage, but no, these things are giant. Um, the lighting. So this is a question that I've always had. Yeah. So the thing we're gonna watch tonight with Michael Schratt, he goes into all of that. Now he has different sources about S4, so maybe like from my understanding, maybe it's not described correctly. But the other thing when they're showing the like pictures of the doors in the mountains, that's not clear to me. It still looks very blurry to me, and my eyesight isn't that great. But I looked at it very closely. It's not like perfectly cut in there. Um, the other thing, I mean, there were just like questions that remain in my mind, like, uh, why wouldn't you show a blueprint of the facility? Now, the thing we're going to see tonight, you're going to see a blueprint of it, and it's deep, man. It's super deep. It goes down 7 levels. Bob never went into any of that stuff. He doesn't know about that stuff. And I mean, when I'm saying, I should say, I'm saying that it is proposed to go 7 levels. I was saying earlier about Zeta Reticuli and Reticulum 4, like that's where these aliens are supposed to be from. I would want to know more. I want to know more about Zeta Reticuli, so I had to do research on it and how big their stars are. It's both stars are slightly smaller than the Earth, but because they produce twice as much energy, or approximately, like their planet gets like more energy or whatever. So it's perhaps more advanced because of that. But and they did show like what the two stars look like, but I want to know where those are in the solar system. Show them or in the universe. Show me like a scale of what a light year is, how far away this stuff is. I understand they didn't do that, but hey, if you're spending $80 million, I think you could figure this out. Like literally for $80 million, they could have had Leonardo DiCaprio be the narrator of this thing and still have $40 million to blow. Like that's why that number is just ridiculous to me. What else about it? Okay, so the honeycomb floor. The honeycomb floor. This is something that I recall Bob talking about in the past. He would talk about there weren't any things of the ship that he remembers that really had practical uses except the honeycomb floor. And they say like he put your finger in it and then it would open up, but then they don't show it. They just show it literally just like a honeycomb floor. A guy puts his finger in it and then the floor is open. They don't show like the motion that had to happen. And I'd be like, it's a really important part of what Bob saw. How did this thing open? How did it move? That was interesting. That I felt was a failure. I've always felt it was interesting that these ships, and this isn't just this ship, but like they don't have restrooms, they don't have bedrooms, they don't have kitchens. It's like, yeah, just one moment. It should be.